Okay, I'll leave this chill ass music on while we do general setup and such. Let's see. Grab this. Gonna go grab. Oh no, that's too chill. Of course, while I was hassling you about taking forever, I remembered that I needed something from another game. So I'll go ahead and grab it real quick.
I'm not giving you the side eye from.
I mean, you know, it happens, right? Let's see.
We did agree.
Export
Fuck
that.
it, we're doing it live.
I needed one macro. I've got that macro now. It's just to show tiles. So let's see. Go here. Import. Go grab it. All right. Let me make sure it works so that I don't go to do it later and I'm like, oh no. All right, so there's a tile. Go it. Nice. Okay. All right, that should be all I need for a narrative-driven game. Okay, so Sons and Sorrows. This is a hack job homebrew variant on a little game called Lasers and Feelings, which is, I think, a hack job homebrew of the Fate system, ? So it's incredibly derivative. Basically, I wanted to experiment with a narrative game, a game that had stakes, but not a lot of crunch. So the idea is less of like using the mechanics effectively and winning within the boundaries of the game. So more crunchy games like, 5e D&D, Pathfinder 2e, Warhammer Fantasy. That's pretty crunchy. Yeah. This is very much not. You have two stats and your gods. So the sky's kind of the limits, and the mechanics are pretty manageable. We're gonna go over them. We're gonna reintroduce the characters. You guys read about them in the player's guide. There should be a journal entry called Sons and Sorrows that you should have access to on the journals tab. Did it give everybody access to it? Let me see.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right. So here are the salient points. Tone and style. This is an emotional anime one-shot with dramatic highs, tragic turns, and radiant stunts. Play boldly, play from the heart. Know that sincerity and roleplay will always be rewarded over strategy. Big feelings and quiet moments are just as important as action scenes. The system, there are two stats: Sun, bold and passionate; Sorrow, wise and restrained. Those are provided 20 examples of each in your journal entry. So 20 examples of Sun in action and 20 examples of Sorrow in action. Some of these characters are better or worse at Sun or Sorrow. The character art might give you a clue, but you can't rely 100% on one or the other, because cards drawn from the deck of fate may force you to use a particular attribute. But for the most part, you just want to role play, and then we kind of decide when you describe what you're doing, is that something that epitomizes Sun, or is it something that epitomizes Sorrow? And then you roll for that. When you roll, you're trying to get equal to or less than your stat in that number. The stats can never go higher than 5 and can never add up to higher than 7. So the most extreme character would be like 2 in one stat and 5 in another. A balanced character would be 3 and 4. So when you roll, if you get an exact match to what you rolled, it is a radiant success. So not only do you do it, but it's really cool when you do it. And then we get to kind of hype it up a little bit, and it may or may not have additional benefits. You use fate tokens to power up, to reroll, or to team up, and they can be used to kind of turn the tide of battle as needed. Wounds. For every wound that you have, you will roll an additional die, and if the number shown on a wound die matches a number in your dice pool, it will cancel that die out on a one-to-one basis. So the more wounded you are, the harder it is to succeed at the things that you're doing. A wound die will never cancel out a 6 because that would be beneficial. 6 is a is always going to be a failure. You have something called Radiant Overload once per scene, and there are 3 scenes in this adventure. You can automatically succeed at whatever you're trying to do in the most dramatic, over-the-top way, ... within limits. So think wish spell logic in a D&D game where the DM actually stands up for themselves. So like you could say you're doing something, and then you can succeed within the limitations of the story automatically. You still roll when you do a Radiant Overload, because if you would have failed, you might still injure yourself or have some consequences, even though you automatically succeeded, and you might get a radiant success on your Radiant Overload, which would be like just the hypest shit in the whole world. Secrets and drama. Every character has a secret, a private drive, and a final decision they must face. Play your character like they're the MC. This ain't One Piece where you're all cheering for Luffy. Like you guys are all Luffy in your minds. We will use initiative and rounds not to track time, but to just make sure that each player character is given time, right? To kind of do things and interact with the world. At the end of each quote unquote round, and then whenever it feels appropriate, I will draw from this deck of cards, and it will affect what's going on and change the flow of battle and the course of battle. Let's see. And then yeah, that's that. As far as the general sort of broad strokes there. So then each of these characters, let's see. Where's the player's guide at? Oh yeah, I have it right here. Okay, so the characters that will be available for play is Kira, the Crimson Blossom. And before I go any further, the setting for this is from the game Exalted. If you don't know about Exalted, imagine anime Dungeons and Dragons using the World of Darkness D10 pool system. It was a real thing. It really happened, and it was incredible. But I didn't have time to relearn the game because it's got about 700 pages of rules. But I really wanted to run an Exalted game for DirkCon, so I just took everything that was cool. Yeah, I took it's like the mobile game version. I took everything that was cool about the system, and like the flavor of the campaign, and I brought it over here.
So instead of Diablo, we have Diablo Mobile.
Yeah, but that people say that's pretty good. People say it's all right. Let's see.
Dollar store version.
Yeah, a little bit. So in this world, there are gods and demigods, and I think the poor mortals that have to deal with their bullshit. Basically, in the beginning, the gods danced. They sang the stars into being, spun fate on golden looms, and forged a world of wonder and sorrow. But even gods make mistakes. You are the answer to one of those mistakes, chosen by broken heavens, forged in divine light, or born from the ashes of forgotten oaths, you are exalted. Heroes, monsters, warnings. The world does not know what to do with you. Some call you savior, some call you threat. But you were not made to be understood. You were made to burn. Tonight, the threads of fate fray. A dying god stirs in silence, and the last story of the old world is waiting to be written by you. So imagine a D&D campaign where tieflings and ASMR actually are 1 in a million. That's more like what this setting is. You guys just represent godlike beings in mortal form, and so there's different types of beings depending on the source of their godhood. So Kira, the Crimson Blossom, is a solar, so a traditional angel. A blade of justice wrapped in petals and flame, Kira charges headlong into danger with unmatched conviction, cutting through lies, monsters, and fate itself. Her every move is poetry and judgment. Play Kira if you want to be the radiant heart of the party. Thorn. Oh, I guess I should throw up their art while I'm talking about him. There you go. Thorn, Laughing Fang of the Moon, is a lunar, and lunar are basically like divine lycanthropes. Like they're like furry gods, essentially. A silver-toothed shapeshifter who laughs in the face of gods and doom alike. Thorn is chaos wrapped in charm, legend wrapped in fur, and a storm that refuses to die quietly. Play Thorn if you want to be a wild card with a heart and a howl. And then you've got Kale. Kale, Ashen Prince of Whispers, Abyssal. And as you probably know, Abyssal is, it's bad. They're bad guys. So basically, think if the Abyss and the Shadowfell combined into one place, that's where his his power originates from. A haunted swordsman with shadows in his voice and poetry in his pain. Kale speaks softly, but his presence cuts deep. When he moves, the world remembers what it lost. Play Kale if you want to brood, burn slow, and break beautifully. And then you've got Suri. Suri, Star Seeker of the Golden Loom, is a sidereal, basically elf, the elf god from the god of the elves, arboreal kind of stuff. A fate weaver walking the tightrope between precision and prophecy. Suri sees what others can't and bears the weight of what must be done. Every word is measured, every action a turning point. Play Suri if you want to be the calm in the storm, and maybe the storm itself. And then Vex. Vex Embersworn Forgeheart is an infernal. So imagine if hell, as you know it from Dungeons & Dragons, was in the campaign setting. That's where the source of their power comes from. Part weapon, part wildfire. Vex's fury forged into form, burning to break the world and make something better from its bones. Their strength is undeniable, so is their pain. Play Vex if you want to be the one who changes everything or destroys it. All right, so I was going to do roll-off draft. So basically, everybody roll a d20, and then the highest number can select their character first. There should be a dice tray in the bottom right corner for rolling dice. Ooh, okay. All right, Lex with an 18. Which character would you like to play, or do you want to pass your pick?
Damn, I actually wasn't wanting to go first.
Okay, so you want to pass?
I'll pass it.
Okay. All right. Sven. Pick or pass?
I will pick.
Okay.
I'm gonna go against what my heart's telling me because I'm gonna go with Suri. I think.
All right, gonna go with Suri. All
Yeah.
right. We'll give you access to her journal entry and her miniature. And you can start reading it over.
Thank you very much.
Oh, perfect.
Mhm.
I already gave you Suri's PNG. It's like it was faded.
Oh. Prophecy. All right. Let's see. Next down the line is. Do you want to jump back? You want to jump back in, Lex, or no?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'll take
right.
I'll take Vex.
All right. Vex. I'll give you access to Vex's character and journal entry. All right. Next down the list is Larry.
I'm a pass.
Oh, you got a pass. Okay. Dirk.
I don't want to be passed too. I was hoping you'd pick
Well,
ones that would like decrease
You
my.
got Thorn, Kale, or Kyra left.
I don't know. I'll take.
I'm willing to
I'll take
trade if
Kale.
you have particular feelings about Vex.
No, I don't have anything about anything. I'll take Kale.
Oh, okay. Kale? All right.
Sure.
I will give you permission. You gonna bring your big brooding? Your ultra edgelord?
Exactly.
All right. Nice. All right. I'll give you access to the journal entry. All right. And then, all right, Larry, you got Kyra or Thorn? Or Kira?
I'll take
Kira or Thorn.
the Chaos or Paladin. I'll take Kira.
Okay. All right. Alrighty. I'll give you access to that. Let's see. And again, you shouldn't really need access to the character sheet. If you have the journal entry and you can kind of right click the mini and your fate tokens are the bottom number and your wounds are the top number. And let's see. There we go. All right, so take a few minutes to sort of read over your journal entry, learn more about your character, their motivations, that kind of thing. If you have any questions that are not secret, just just say them out loud. Message me, I guess, if you have any questions about your secret stuff.
So you said top is wounds, bottom is the fate?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Wait, where do you see?
So go to the journal tab, and you should have access to a journal entry just for your character. Yep.
And then
then it just kind of walks you through like cues and stuff about the character, iconic quote to help you kind of get like the vibe of the character, bonds, anathemas, their secret objective. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said we won't really need the actual character sheet.
Yeah, you shouldn't really need to edit anything on the character sheet.
Okay, I'll just have it popped out in case.
What I'll do real quick, well, everybody's reading right now, but I can turn on the mod that lets us put like little colored circles on our tokens, and that could be used to mark anything that comes up during the game. So hold on, I'm gonna go ahead. It's gonna reload. You'll have to open your stuff back up. Mm.
And then can we manipulate the fate count? Like when we spend one, can we lower it? Or does it do it automatically?
Yeah, so on your miniature, if you click in the field, when you right click on it and you see the
Yeah.
3, yeah, you can change it. It should track it.
Okay, cool. I
Yep.
wasn't doing it earlier, but I guess the reload fixed it.
Okay.
Oh, is a sheet supposed to look different? Because I only see just values, but no like descriptions of stuff.
The sheet. Let's see. Yeah, you have to click on the attributes, the word attributes, to show what's actually inside
okay. Gotcha.
And those numbers at the top don't do shit. Like
Okay, that's what I was seeing. I was so confused.
where it's got like number slash number and then number slash number. Those like actually don't do anything.
All right.
You could use them if you want, but your token tracks your only 2 trackable things, automatically, or not automatically, but well enough. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm. Yeah, it's just sort of like a thing that's there. Like if you were doing a really simple game, or you just needed a really simple place to track stuff, they just have it. It's not linked to anything. It has no code driving it. Just 4 fields at the top of the sheet. Corner. I just saw your post, Dirk. It's 100% how the conversation went down. I was so customer service. I was really proud of myself. But anyways. All right. I think K-Nick's gonna jump in. Maybe. It's very anime to have a character join late and have no idea what's going on. So, be good. All right. So, oh, you there? Follow the link. Scroll up in chat.
Found it.
Okay.
Welcome in, Caden. Next, I don't think we've had the pleasure of playing together before. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. There. I've seen you around though. So.
Yeah, I was gone for a couple of years. I was Jert and Red Hand, but then I
Yeah.
dipped for real life stuff and playing other game stuff. But I'm happy to be back.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We have the
I will
perfect
make you
character for you.
owner
Yeah.
of Thorn. Thorn's the only one with a shifting token. I wonder why.
What?
Let's see. And then I'll give you access to his journal entry, which you must read and memorize in the next 3 minutes. All right. Your character sheet, none of the numbers at the top mean anything. There's an attributes tab. You generally don't need to mess with anything on your character sheet. It's all kind of managed with your token. When you right click your token, your wounds are going to be the top value, and your fate points, your fate tokens, are going to be the bottom number. And then everything else about your character of use is going to be in your journal entry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna zero out all these useless fields at the top of the character sheets. And you'll need to go to the macros directory. There are 2 macros that you will be using to play this game. Sun and Sorrow. Yeah, you want to drag them down to your hotbar.
Ooh, I did not do that. Nice.
Mm. All right, and then to kind of refresh for everybody, what fate tokens do. Divine power at a price. Every character starts with 3 fate tokens, except Suri, who starts with 4. You can spend them once per moment, which is rounds. Anytime you roll dice. So if you are prompted to roll dice outside of your turn, essentially, you can also use them then. You may spend a fate token to power up. You add +1 die to your roll, so you increase your die pool, and it can be increased up to 3. If you succeed, you regain the token. So you regain, a token, not the actual token. So if you spent like 3 to really like burn your fate but try to make this roll, and then you did succeed, you would get 1 of the fate tokens back. So it's definitely rewarding you to kind of always burn your fate, because you have an increased chance of success, and then if you do succeed, you're going to get 1 fate back. So burning 1 fate every time you do something, one would argue is a smart play, but here I'll add a fate tokens tab to the guide here. You can use it to re-roll any 1 die, and it is always spent whether you succeed or not. Lunars, so Thorn, can re-roll 2 dice per scene. Everyone else can only re-roll once per scene. Let's see. Team up. Give a +1 die to an ally's roll. So you have to do this on your turn before they take their turn. So you like set them up for success, kind of thing. And Infernals, which is Vex, actually give a +2. But if the attempt fails,
We take wounds.
you and the ally you are helping each take 1 wound. Yeah. And then let's see. Fate token reminders to get a max 3 dice total on any roll, unless overridden by radiant power. You may only spend 1 token per roll. Tokens refresh between scenes, so they refresh to 3. If you end up with more than 3, you get to keep the excess going into the next scene. So everybody's read over their characters. They're familiar with what they got. They're ready.
Yeah, one question. Is the radiant power and radiant overload the same thing?
Radiant overload means your radiant power is basically describing like your anime power profile, right? So if they were like scanning you and they're
Gotcha.
like, oh, this character excels at blah 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 blah, that's what that's saying.
Gotcha.
When you use your radiant overload, you're basically using like your super move, like your ultimate, essentially.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. We got this. Go here. Sub tab. Alright. Alright. So, right now, you're not in a scene. This is the prologue. The road winds like a silver thread toward Savarin. The air smells of ash and starlight. You travel in silence, or maybe not. The gods are long dead. The sun is bleeding, and you, radiant champions, carry the weight of a world unraveling. You've come from different parts of the world, different planes of existence, perhaps, that border this one. But you all felt called here by your divine purpose. Let's see. All right. So the world is ending. You know this with a certainty. Not with fire, not with flood, but with memory unraveling. Names have been vanishing. Futures fade before they're born. Something old, something divine has broken free, and her name is Vale. Once, she was like you, an exalted, a chosen, a weapon of hope. Now, she is a wound in the weave. She remembers too much, or maybe not enough. She believes the gods betrayed her. She believes the world must burn to be made whole. She's not wrong, and that's the problem. So the gods did what they always do. They chose you, not to win, not to kill, but to face her, to walk into the storm of who she was and what she's become, and to decide how the story, hers, yours, and the world end. You've each been called, chosen, or maybe cursed, and this is your final mission, the last thread. You'll confront Vale in 3 places: her memories, her heart, and her future. All right, and so you see along the road to the city where Vale has been sighted and has raised an army of shadows to destroy the city, each other. So let's get a establishing shot of how you arrive. It could be as anime, as god, as OP as you like, or it could be simple and quiet. It's a narrative game. Literally, you have no mechanical restrictions. Just fucking introduce yourself like how you feel the character would be introduced for the first time in a limited run OVA anime movie. That's trying to get people excited enough that the studio is pressured into making an ongoing series. So, we'll just start from left to right. Kale.
Oh man, you hate me. I only need a few seconds to think about this.
Oh, okay. I meant we're gonna start right to left. Thorn.
I'm still reading the things. I'm still.
I mean, we're gonna start
Pass
with
it over.
Beck,
I'll take it.
'cause-
Fuck.
okay.
You
We're
son of a
gonna
gun.
start with the best character.
Hell yeah.
Suri.
All right, awesome. It's simple for Suri. She has been here, and she will always be here, like it was meant to be. She's simply sitting on a rock, waiting by the side of the pathway for her known allies to arrive. Sitting across her lap while she gently holds the staff, watching these threads that only she sees the pattern of, simply waiting for her friends, with a soft smile and a worrisome glance.
Damn, that's good shit. That's good shit. Okay. Vex.
As Suri is kind of sitting there waiting, they would see a demonic circle form in front of them. And with lines of fire and flash rising out from it would be this red-skinned devil lady with burning yellow eyes covered in green fire. As they just kind of are in this kneeling pose, but then kind of stand up upright and just kind of look straight into Suri's eyes.
Suri's eyes meet yours, and with a look of determination, gives you a single nod. It has been too long, Vet.
Sorry. I guess we've been summoned for something.
Aren't we always?
And as you are having this exchange, Kira.
Nearby, a beam of light hits the ground, and then like a golden comet that, like in a big blur, streams down the column and hits the ground, and there's like a flash of light, and then you see Kira gleaming in clad armor, hair blowing in the wind. The cloak seems to be like producing like rose petals that like drift off and catch fire, and she stands from her superhero landing pose and makes stern eye contact with them and nods, says, "The day is at hand."
You always have to be dramatic, don't you?
Quite the flair. She did a little clap while holding her staff in the crook of her arm.
Nice. All right.
It's the one who came from a
Thorn.
devil circle.
So when you crash landed, you hit Thorn, and he's now in a crater, like off to the side. He's twitching. He's got the anime burn marks, the swirly eyes. And he coughs and gets up. It's like, good one. And he smiles at you toothily, but he goes to try to. He's, however, resident pack mule, and he goes to try. He's like carrying a comedic amount of supplies. It's like, you guys wouldn't be here without me, but try but aim that better. And he laughs again.
Kira would extend a hand to him to help pull him out of the ditch.
All right. As you extend the hand to pull him out of the ditch, Kale arrives.
At the end, you guys are on a bridge or something? Is that what I heard? On one end of the street.
Like a
where you
road
guys are,
bridge, yeah,
I think
yeah.
we're just like on the side of the road here.
There's like some flowers blooming over there, and there's like a little wind blows through there, and they sort of turn all faded, and browned out, and this little wind and some shadow keeps going along down the street, and everything it passes by starts losing some of its color. And right when it gets about where you are, there's a wagon going by with a brand name on it, Bob's Sodas or whatever. And it all washes out, and the horses look very drab. And this shadowy form appears, made out of the tendrils that fall out of this stuff, making everything generic around it while he takes its substance. And there's Kale.
Mm.
He doesn't say anything, he just looks at all of you. Looks sad.
Damn. All right. The cart that went by was going at a pretty alarming speed, fleeing the ravages of war in the city beyond. And as the five of you give each other anime bro nods, you hear another explosion come from the city. You hear the distant cries of mortals whose lives are imperiled. And you hear deep, booming, bestial laughter, cruel and echoing. And you know that you must move forward. All right. I'll take you guys over to the next scene. Let's see. Will be some dope lighting for this scene. There we go. Let me do this. All right. And I'll change the music out real quick. All right. As you arrive on the scene, let's see. The outer district of Savarin, called the Burning Gate, lies in chaos. The sky is cracked open. Buildings burn, people scream, and shadow spawn pour through the glowing rift in the air, their eyes like dying stars. How do you enter the scene? And so this will be our first round, essentially. There we go. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Alright, so in a round, you can choose to pass your turn and jump in between turns later, but if you do, we draw from the deck. Otherwise, for now, we only draw from the deck at the end of a round. But as you arrive, you see what I described. Shadow demons pouring out of a crack in the sky, buildings burning, the city chaos. So, Vex.
If this is just arrival and not immediate combat, I think Vex is going to ignite with like a greenish flame surrounding their body, and they're just gonna kind of rocket propel forward as they're kind of skating along the ground, tearing everything up as a green fire line that kind of just carves right into the city as they're kind of taking stock of what's going on.
All right. So, rushing in, fire, that's definitely a sun thing. So go ahead and have your token selected and hit the sun macro, which will be the first roll of the adventure.
Oh, this is gonna go well. Let's see, how many d6s? Just one.
All right, hype. Okay. You shouldn't have any wounds. Did you start with a wound?
Don't think so.
I had one automatically as well. I just turned it to 0.
Oh, okay. It was probably from sheet testing. All right. Regardless, you succeed. And so as you kind of blaze a path deeper into the city, you are kind of ahead of the rest of the party, and that may impact how things play out next round. You have a much better view of what is happening, and you can see that the shadowy forms spilling forth from the fractured reality seem to be legion, an infinite army of death and shadow. All right, play passes to Suri.
All right.
Or it's more like the camera switches to show what Suri's doing at the exact same time that Vex is doing something, because it's not turn-based. But yeah.
As Vex tears off her form of lighting in green fire, Suri looks down at her palm to the golden threads that only she can see the pattern of, and as they begin to pull, fray, and become a chaotic mess as they get closer and closer to the inner city, she grimaces. For her turn, she will use her magic to raise some kind of eye into the sky. By using these threads, she says, though these threads are fraying, I can see them. And she's going to try to put up like this version of an arcane eye in the center of the city to try to track the threads of her allies in order to prevent any wrongdoings coming up to them, any harm.
Damn, that's dope as hell. Okay, yeah, so that definitely sounds like sorrow, because you're being, analytical, you're thinking and planning. So yeah, go ahead and hit the sorrow
and I'm
button.
going to burn one of my fates.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm going to roll 2 dice. And I get
All right.
it back.
Nice. Okay. So you spend the fate, you get the fate back, you succeed, and you establish this glowing golden eye high in the air above the city near the fracture in the sky, and only you can see, but there are glowing threads that go from you to the eye and then back down to each of your allies. Right, you feel moving forward you're going to have a better opportunity to aid and interact with them.
All right.
All right,
And
play
then she'll
past
stay kind of in the back after that. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. All right, play past it to Thorn.
All right. So Thorn comes in, and he's immediately running ahead. He sees people in trouble. He sees like calamity happening, and he starts focusing on helping out who he can, where he can, and like in these like small ways, like hopping from like small issue to small issue. So I'm assuming that's
going to be Sun for sure.
Sun, yeah. So he's doing like micromanaging, trying to get people up and out of there.
Okay, nice.
Right.
Early aid to civilians. Got it.
All right. So how many? So I just choose how many I like.
You do one by default, but if you want, you can spend fate to get extra.
Oh, okay.
On a 1-to-1 basis, yeah.
Okay. But I already have 5 sun. So.
These are very bold.
Yeah, then you. Yeah. So you just roll 1 die and you're there you go. Oh, you rolled a ton of dice. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't understand.
So
it.
everyone
Okay.
you spend, you'll lose fate points to do that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So on a roll like this, where you're like this low stakes, and you're pretty sure you know what you're going to succeed, you just probably want to roll 1 die.
Okay.
Oh my God! Now you could spend a fate to re-roll that if you wanted to, or you could keep it and just see what the consequences are.
Sure, we'll just keep it as a first roll.
Okay.
First roll.
As
See what
you
happens.
rush in to save some civilians, your eyes are wild and unfocused, and you can feel the beast that is your true self becoming angry at what it sees, at the destruction, at the devastation, the fear on the people's faces, the screams of the wounded children dying, lost, consumed by the flames, and you find yourself transforming into your more bestial form. So next round, you might be unfocused as you try to get a grip on your more bestial nature. All right, Kira. Which one do you want to go with, Larry? Do you want to go with Kira or Kira?
Go with Kira, so it's not confusing.
Kira? Oh, okay, cool.
Kira, you see her grip her scabbard and then begin to draw her sword just like a little bit, and there's the resonating sound ringing through the air as she suddenly takes off like a golden streak of radiant light into the fray, and she's going to try to cut down shadow creatures assaulting the innocents.
Okay, hype. Just rushing into combat, that's definitely a Sun move.
And how would I re-roll it? Just roll again? It's not like a right-click option like the
Oh,
hero
yeah.
points,
You would just click the button again.
Yeah, I failed
All right.
twice.
So as you rush in and try to get to these shadows, they see you coming and they flee from you. As they do, though, they charge a pack of innocent civilians who are cowering in fear, and one of them is grabbed in the jaws of the beast, their throat torn out, their body tossed side to side like a rag doll until the head pulls free of the body, the spine dangling out, and blood gushing all over the remaining civilians who cling to each other, praying to dead gods who no longer hear them for salvation. All right.
Cries out.
Kale, to you.
So this all starts. Kale, sorry, my voice was out of it today. Kale looks out there and sees all the destruction happening, and sort of looks up at the burning thing in the sky and says, "Maybe she's right. Maybe we should start it all over again. Maybe this time we'll do it correct, the right way." And as he's looking out there, he sees these people getting their heads ripped off and being torn asunder by demons, and he just starts crying. And when his tears hit the ground, shadows arise from them, black flames, and they go out to where all the other actual real flames are, and they basically engulf them and start pulling the energy and light out of them. And they move through the city, putting out these fires. Even behind what looks like a fire, but really it's just like a flickering echo of a fire that has no energy left to it.
All right, hype as hell. All right, that is definitely sorrow. You are kind of thinking more about what is at stake, and then trying to clear the way for the people to sort of save themselves. So go ahead and give me a sorrow roll.
I'm clicking on it.
So you have your token has to be selected, and then you should be able to hit it.
No. I've got the token selected.
Okay. And then you dragged the macro down to your hotbar.
Yep. It's down there.
There should be a pop-up that says like how many dice are you rolling, and then a roll button.
I'm not getting anything like that. Let me try to click this sun and see if anything happens. Nope, look at that one either.
Okay. How many dice do you want to roll for this?
How does that usually work at this point?
So you always roll one die unless you have some storyteller granted circumstantial bonus, or an ally has set you up with a +1 bonus or a +2 if it's Vex, or you spend fate points to give yourself more. A dice pool can never be larger than 3. At least you can't make it larger than 3 with fate points.
He'll spend the fate points on it.
Oh, okay.
I guess.
All right, so your fate points go down by 1, but you succeed, and so you get to keep the fate point that you spent. All right, so it happens exactly as you describe. People see the flames sort of take on a whitish black coloration and realize the heat has left them. Tentatively, less afraid of your magic than they are of death to the shadows, they begin to flee towards the gate and out of the city. Right. At the end of the rounds, we will draw from this deck of fate, see what happens. Here we go. Give it a little shuffle. And draw. Oh! Alright. A boon for Vex and one ally. Vex, you and an ally can each recover a fate token. Which, if you don't need to recover, you would just each gain. Well, actually, no. It's recover is if it's lower than 3, you would gain it. So, do you
I've not
or an
any so far?
All right. Does anybody need a fate point? I think.
do.
Okay. Kira does. So, or Thorn. So you pick one or the other,
Oh.
and then narrate to us how you kind of inspire them or get them back on track.
I'll throw the fate point over to. I'll throw it over to Kira, since they seem to be in a pack of these creatures trying to fight them.
Is anybody else getting like a jumbo version of the card off to the side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder why that's happening. All right. I wonder if it's an interaction with the show. Yeah, it's probably an interaction with the show or the hover art. Doesn't know what to do about it. All right. Hover art good, but giant cards not good. But yeah, let me see. It's not a tile either. All right, hold on.
I mean,
I'm gonna
everyone
refresh.
witnessed
I'm
my
gonna refresh my
glory.
scene. Yeah, right. Looking great. It goes away on a screen refresh, so it's definitely like tied to the hover mod. That's okay. All right. So sorry, I got distracted by this stuff. Can you narrate one more time to me? How do you inspire and who do you inspire between Thorn and Kira?
Oh, I didn't say how. I just said I was giving it to Kira. I think what
Sure.
I will do would. Well, actually, this was kind of the thing that I was going to be doing. There's glyphs that show up on Vex's gauntlets that kind of travel up to their eyes so that their whole eyes are now that fiery yellow. And they kind of look at Kira, and that same glow transfers over to their eyes so they can kind of see everything.
Nice. All right, and you recover your spent fate points. Okay, as we roll into the next round, I'll reset that initiative. Thorn, you're up first.
All right, Thorn. He stares down at his his hands and his claws. He sees the people that he couldn't save, and he looks up, and like growls. Let's see. He had an ability. I guess I'm already transformed though, so. He barrels forward like on all fours to these shadow creatures. And is like, I'll take you all on. And he tries to fight him.
All right, that is going to be stun, but it's going to be higher stakes because you are somewhat out of control from the failure last round. If you do not succeed at this roll, you will take 2 wounds
Alright.
from the reckless fighting that you will engage in.
3. So it's default. You always roll 1, and then you add then you add more. So if I say
And there's not any automation, so you will have to track your fate points, yourself.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. So
How would I assist him?
So
Wait,
to
team up?
assist, you need to go before them in the round. So if you want to assist Thorn, Thorn could pass so that you could set Thorn up. But if you pass, we do draw from the deck.
That's why
That's
I wasn't
fine.
sure how it worked.
Oh yeah.
I'll roll 4 die.
Oh my gosh. Well, you could only make your dice pool go up to 3.
Oh.
Oh yeah. But you still, if we got rid of the last die, you still got a 5, which is a radiant success because you got the exact number of your stat. So, narrate to us your over the top. This is like a critical hit in a video game where they have special animation library they play through just when your character gets a critical hit.
So Thorn's claws, they seem to tear through reality like with streaking sunlight, and each time he like hits somebody, they just they just explode in like this radiant sunbeam as he goes from person to person, like a blur of like teeth and fangs. And he is angry. But and so that's what it looks like. Yeah, it's like a constant, blur of claws as he slashes down on these people as they like explode in sunlight.
Badass. The people scream in terror, but you see in their eyes hope, and the hope you see in their eyes grounds you. You feel that the beast is under your control once again. All right. Play passes to Suri. Suri, with your network set up in the air, you feel that you could use this to assist out of turn by spending. So essentially, you could spend a fate to help someone do a roll, even if you haven't set them up for it.
Okay, excellent.
But you could only do that. You could only do that once per round, for the scene.
Okay, so that I can do on their turns. For my turn this time, I think what she's gonna do, since she has the network set up now, she can see what everybody's doing and the threads of fate and destiny that they travel along. She's going to say, "And now I can buffer you, protect you from the horrid fate that lies ahead. But together, we can succeed." And she will place her hand within the single thread that leads up to the eye in the sky. What she's going to attempt to do is the next time somebody gets wounded, she wants to try to buffer that by rewriting the event.
Oh, okay. So if you succeed on this, you can give someone a reroll. You'll still have to spend a fate point to do it, but you'll be able to give someone else a reroll with your fate points. This is definitely a sorrow action because it's a well-calculated plan.
I'm going to spend just one again.
Okay.
Radiant success.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Radiant success. You can actually do it for 2 allies before the feature will fade.
Okay, and that's in addition to the original one that you said for the network I set up. So basically,
Well, the one is that you could jump in and do an assist. So you give them a +1 to their dice pool.
Gotcha.
What you set up, what you set up now, you can give a reroll. All of those will be fueled with your fate points, though.
Okay.
All right.
I still have my 3. I think that's going to be it for me as she pulls her hand from the thread of fate and her eyes begin to glow with that golden energy, awaiting her chance to aid.
Nice. All right. Hero, you're up.
Hira is going to continue to press forward towards the epicenter of this disaster, fighting all along the way. And I'd like to power up this one. Her ability is if she does something brave or heroic or leadership-like, that she gets to roll with an additional +1 when she powers up. So that'd be 3 dice.
Oh. Yeah.
And 3 is the cap, correct?
Correct. Yep.
3
3 is the cap unless the fate deck has granted you something, or like as the storyteller, I'm like, add an extra one, or something like that.
So it looks like I rolled a 4 in there. Does that mean I don't understand how this works fully? Does that mean
okay?
Success?
So your sunset is 4, and since you rolled a 4, that means it's a radiant success. So it's not just a success; it's an over-the-top success. It's like really good.
So she's basically like blaring through the streets like as a golden streak of light, and like these shadow creatures, they like a slit of light appears like across them as they are like essentially bisected and then like evaporate into shadowy smoke.
Awesome. All right, as you go further in and higher up, wings of flame bursting from your back, you hear that deep, ominous laughter coming from the city center. All right.
I'm gonna punch God in the face.
Play past it to Kale.
All right. Well, as Kira advances forward, killing things, all these sources of light cause shadows to flicker around her. And that's where Kale is moving now. He has those shadows following her out there. And as she kills things, little bits of his own shadow go out and flicker around it, almost like they're smelling it. And they try to find out what's going on here. Why this town? Why now? They try to interrogate the things she kills before they go away.
Nice. Okay, that's definitely sorrow. You are staying in control. You are seeking out knowledge, information, secrets.
This time
a bonus for me as well.
Oh, one for you also? Cool. I'll spend one on fate points.
All right, so you're going to have 3 total. Hey, it worked this time. Awesome.
Yeah, it worked.
And you have, you rolled a 5 and you need a 5. You are radiantly successful. The shadows don't want to tell you, but they see you beyond your mortal form. They see the core of you, the divine being that's created you, the remnants of the gods that were, that keep you going. And one of them, as it's fading, says, "Apologies, Master, Lord of Shadows. We serve the one called Veil. She seeks the spire below the city. It is the needle that pulls the threads of fate. She seeks to unmake and reform it all, and we have been promised carnage and destruction here at the end of all things." And then its eyelights fade as it is returned to the abyss.
That's something that only Kale heard, that thing talking, I assume.
Yeah. Everyone
See,
else
like-
just heard like an evil version of Charlie Brown's parents. So
Kale will, like, Suri will hear him, like his voice whispering by her, and he says, "She's going for the spire."
You hear Suri's voice echoing, just a confirmation. Yes.
That's it for me.
all right, play passes to Vex.
Is this like a mental network that's been set up between all of us?
The Kale was able to communicate it to Suri, but I would say that currently you don't know the information that he has just yet. Though technically he did get a radiant success, so maybe like the golden threads turn an ominous black as he sends the message up into the eye and down to everyone? Question mark?
Well, if I team up, then that means we both radiant succeed. So what?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then you could pass the information along to everyone else using the network.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay.
Okay. So then, with that information and knowing what Vex knows about Veil, they're gonna try and take all of that and start processing, like, what types of things would Veil try to set up to counteract our advance, and how to counteract those counteracts as battle plans and tactics are kind of like forming in their minds in a visual of like different motes of light that are kind of floating around them, as they're kind of like picking one out, looking at it, analyzing it, and then putting that back, essentially doing like a weird Tony Stark kind of thing.
Okay. That's definitely sorrow.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna spend a fate on this.
If you fail, you will not gain any more information. If you succeed, I'll give you a little bit of information. But if you push, I will give you each information about what your specific character would know about the spire beneath the city. But if you push, you will take a wound if you don't succeed.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna spend fate on this. So roll 2.
All right.
Okay. Just a record success.
I should have asked. Were you pushing or no?
Oh. I think in this case, because they heard Vale's name, yeah, they'll push.
Okay. All right. So it's not a radiant success, but it is a success, and you did risk more by pushing it. So, Vex, this is what you know about the spire beneath the city. It's the crucible core, the furnace where the gods first failed. You think about it, and you feel it. The hunger, the heat. It's not a weapon. It's a womb. Veil isn't going to destroy the world. She's going to rebirth it. Thorn, you know that Veil told you it was a trade, a gift, something old and powerful, buried so deep that even the stars forgot. It could be power, It could be memory. It could be everything that you've been looking for. Suri, you know that it is a keystone of fate, a metaphysical anchor that holds this reality in place. If it breaks, the threads snap, the pattern frays, and the wheel turns into something else. Or nothing at all. Kale, you know that the thing beneath the city is a grave, or maybe it is a gate. It's said that the gods buried what they couldn't kill there and named it silence. But whatever is trapped below is not sleeping. It wants to wake up. And then Kira, beneath the city is the root of the divine lie, the first injustice committed by the gods against mortals, the oldest betrayal to their children. What lies beneath the city is a vault of secrets, where the gods hid the things they were too ashamed of. Alright. And as the round ends, we'll draw from the deck. Alright, Kira is attacked. If there's no Kira, enemy unleashes an AoE attack on all PCs. Alright, Kira. More shadows pour from above to attack you. I don't roll any dice of this. You roll dice. How do you avoid the attacks that are coming at you?
Kira's a headstrong woman. She cuts her way through her problems.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. That sounds like Sun. Go for it. A failure on this roll will result in one or more wounds.
I'm gonna roll with extra. If I roll with a extra dice, if I power up, is this heroic or leadership enough to grant me the +1?
I would say that this is circumstantial. You're just defending yourself, so I would say that it doesn't qualify for your bonus.
I'm just gonna roll it normal.
I'm saying since it's out of the combat round, is there a way for us to assist?
Out of combat rounds, is there a way to assist? Good question. If there was setup, like Suri's been kind of doing with, kind of establish that, but yes. Like this would count as something that could be jumped in on if you had kind of set up for it.
Alright, sounds good.
Yep.
What was that? I was gonna re-roll it.
Yeah.
But
I will use one of my fate points out of the 2 that I can use. And I will take out an ethereal sword and cut the thread of fate in which she was wounded.
Ooh, okay. All right, it's a very stack the deck moment where Kira is torn apart by these shadows, and then there is sort of a freezing of reality, and then everything plays back. The flesh is restored, and the attack has not come yet.
No, I failed it again.
All right, but then as you go to re-roll, they are upon you just as they were before. You take 2 wounds. Oof. All right, that brings us to round 3. As we enter round 3, let me move this card. It feels like every time I draw a card, it get big, and then it like control itself afterwards. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
From the center of the city, where Kira and Kale are close enough to see, you see the source of the terrible booming voice. Let me grab it real quick. There we go. Did that not? All right, hold on. All right, I had to shrink him down a little bit.
Jeez.
All right,
That's a big boy.
Is that Thorn's dad?
Bro, super racist. But I'll ask Thorn, is that your dad? Or is that your daddy?
It's his dad.
It's his actual dad. It's his father. Oh shit.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see. All right, civilians, chaos. All right, your father appears. Cassor. The rift flares, casting shadowed fiery light across the city square, and you see, in the middle of tearing another hero to pieces with his 4 muscular arms, is Cassor. A 4-armed beast, part wolf, part lion, part armor. It sniffs the air, and it looks over at Kira and says, I smell my spawn upon you. Has that fool the courage to face me? Do you have the courage to face Vale after all that has transpired? And now, with the presence of a boss, we draw from the deck after everyone's turn, whether you pass or not.
Oh shit.
Alright. Let's see. Moving into the initiative tracker, into round 3. We do a reset. We do a roll-all. Alright. Suri, you're up first. Because of your threads of fate, your eyes are closed, but you see through the eyes of your allies, and you look upon this foul beast. What do you
She
do?
will speak through the connection of fate and time to Thorn and say, There's like a long sigh as she considers what to say and the many different consequences that could happen. And she says, now is the time to stand for what you believe. We, your allies, are with you. And I'm going to channel through the thread of fate to Thorn to face his father and try to give him an extra bonus on his next roll.
Oh shit! All right, go ahead and roll it. That's definitely sorrow. It takes a lot of emotional control to convince someone that they've got to kill their own dad.
Spend a fate point. Radiant success, hell yeah.
All right, Thorn, you feel the surety of her words, and you know that you must confront your father. How did he get mixed up in this, and why? It might not be time to find out. But if he stands between you and Vale and the fate of this world, you're gonna have to go through him. All right. As your turn ends, we draw from the deck. All right. The sky shatters. Dodge the shattering shards of reality, or take a wound. All right. So let's see. Okay. One by one, just real quick. How are you dodging as there is another fracture in the sky, and shards of congealed reality begin to rain down like so much glass, piercing the earth?
So this
Thorn.
is just for Thorn.
Yeah, this is just for Thorn.
So Thorn is hopping from low rooftop to low rooftop as he saw that Kira's getting ambushed, and he was gonna beeline right to that. And so he's just moving very, very fast. But yeah, he's moving with very much reckless abandon. It's not that he's dodging things on purpose, it's that he is just moving too fast.
All right.
And too acrobatically.
That sounds like Sun. Give me a Sun check.
Alright.
Yeah, generally on these cards, if you're the one featured in the card, that is who the card is targeting.
Okay.
Sometimes it'll say like all heroes and stuff. All right, yeah. You dodge, dip, duck, weave your way through as pieces of the sky, pieces of reality, come raining down all around you. Play passes to Kira. Kira, he fans all four arms akimbo in a "Are you not entertained" sort of gesture, and he lets out a roar that shakes the nearby buildings, causing one of them to collapse.
All right, so Kira throws the shadow creatures off of her, looks back to Kale's like, Kale, help me fight these things, stop talking to them. And then she tries to charge forward and punch this man in the dick.
All right. Dick punches are always the stun action. All right, success.
You might need to make me reroll that. I didn't know how to apply the wounds. I don't have wound dice in that.
Oh no, they automatically. They should. Oh no. You have to give yourself a wound. So when you right click on your mini, the field above your character, that is where you would put the wounds.
Okay.
All right. So we'll do a fresh roll once you have your wounds in place.
Still a success.
Is it updated?
I did add them that time.
No, it didn't. All right, try it again. You have to hit enter after you put the number in.
I will try that.
I mean, I did it for you. Do you see a 2 when you right click on it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
That
okay.
time it worked. And it
All
also
right.
didn't.
I will trigger.
No, it did.
reroll.
If you look at,
It worked. It meant I failed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, you're gonna try to do a reroll, so that you'd reroll the whole thing as is. Wait, no. You reroll a die with a reroll. So just roll a d6, Larry, to replace one of the dice.
Okay. 6.
All right, that is a success now, because you need to get under 4 or under. All right, so as you race forward to punch him in the dick, one of his 4 hands grabs your fist and begins to squeeze, and you feel the bones of your hand begin to shatter and break. But Suri, with the other rewinds time. And as you go to punch him in the dick and he goes to grab your hand, you instead use your other hand to punch him in the throat. He lets out a gasp, a choked, strangled roar tries to get through his throat, and he starts doing that sort of choking for air gesture as 2 of his hands begin to claw into his throat. All right. 1 successful wound on Castor. Play passes to Vex. But before it does, we draw from the deck. Alright. Cracked Anvil. Vex, before your turn starts, you feel yourself overwhelmed with trauma from your past. This is the bane of all immortals. A life far too long, full of bright moments and full of sorrow. Describe to us this traumatic memory, then try to cheer yourself up with a sun roll. But if you fail, you won't be able to access your radiant power for the rest of the scene.
Okay. I think this may be a younger memory of Vex and a person of similar build to them. As they're kind of younger, and sorry, it's almost gets kind of on the spot there. They notice it seems like the person that is kind of similar to them was having an argument with another entity, and then turned to walk away, Vex tries to convince this mirror of themselves to not go, but they leave anyway. And they are confused on whether to follow them or to stay with the I guess celestial entity, and they stay and they kind of regret not leaving with the mirror. Sorry, just kind of trying to think of something on the spot there.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and make a sun roll. See if you can keep your shit together.
All right.
If you've ever played like a Final Fantasy game and the character keeps having ill-timed full video flashbacks, that's what's happening right now.
I'm trying to do a combo here. Why are you playing a fucking cinematic?
Your access to your radiant power is shut off by doubt. All right, your turn.
Okay, well that changes a few things I was thinking of. Okay. I guess using that trauma that just popped up, they were going to... Actually, you know what? Okay. Instead, they're going to... Their eyes start to glow, and they're going to kind of start trying to track all of the heat signatures that are within the city, within her surroundings, and try and feed that information to people, because they don't want, I guess, the allies that they're with right now to leave them, as the, we'll just say, mirror entity did.
When Vex loses their power like that, is that something? Is there some physical or visual effect that happens too?
Ooh, yeah. What does it look like to be cut off from your divinity?
I would say that the green flames that are usually surrounding Vex diminish to just barely flickering embers. So the only thing that is glowing now is just their eyes, and even that is starting to kind of flicker in and out.
And that was after you tried to hit Thorn's dad.
Oh no! That was Kira that hit Thorn's dad.
Oh,
Vex
okay.
is Vex got trapped in their memory, is trying to get to the fight. I think.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
All right. So recap for me. What are you doing with your turn then?
I guess I'm trying to just keep track of everything that's going on the battlefield, and if there's any changes, relay them to people through this network that Suri has set up. All
right. Well, yeah, it definitely sounds like the flames of battle have gone out for you. That's a sorrow check.
All right. Let's see. Did I spend?
Since she's in the network, may I team up and give a die?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, okay. I was also...
So that would be your team up for the round via the thing, and then you've used your
I already used the reroll, yep.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
And I was going to spend the fate as well, so that at least this doesn't fail.
Oh, so you gotta have 3 here? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So 3. Just a regular
success. That is a success. Alright. As you kind of calm and close your eyes, reopen them, you look around, focusing, you see Kira leading the charge right up and Castor's grill, punching, fighting, yet she has not drawn steel against him. You see Kale, like her shadow, looming behind her, watching the fight, and you sense her veil. She's beneath the city, and she is gathering power. This creature, this abomination, this lunar who gave in to the corruption of the beast, is a mere distraction put to slow you down. Vale must fear a confrontation. All right.
These iron ingots that I've gathered around me, they cannot crack before we get to Vale.
Play past this Kale.
Let's draw a card.
Oh, right. Card between turns. Here we go.
Oh shoot.
Oh, blazing scars, thorn. Emotional damage is coming for you. Tell us about the trauma of your youth. Is that your father beating the shit out of you in that picture? I don't know. You must summon the sun to fight off these painful memories, or take a wound.
As he sees his father, he Thorn thinks back to like grueling training, to morally dubious tasks he had him do, and the punishments that would come that if he failed his assignments, and he didn't want to live that life anymore and ran away, but he realizes that all he wanted was approval from his father. And all right, and he seeing him like this is dredging up some complicated feelings.
Oh shit! All right. Okay, so did you spend fate for that?
One.
Is that what?
Yes.
Okay, one, and then since you succeeded, you get to keep the fate that you spent. All right. Yeah, you banish the fear, and you're here in this moment. You do not take emotional damage. All right, Kale, to you.
The shadows swirl up, and behind
Castor.
Castor. Is it Castor? Like Castor and Pollux? Is Castor?
I mean, it's Kassor.
Farther behind him, and he reaches in with his right hand into Castor's head, and starts pulling shadow stuff out of there. It looks like, and looking at him like a page of a book, and shaking his head and throwing him. He's basically looking for information. Two things he's trying to do. He's looking for any sign of, is it possible a Vale is somebody else? According to my background stuff there.
Oh, okay. So you wanna search his mind to see if the being that he serves is in fact the real Vale?
Yes.
All right.
And also,
give me it. Oh, and also
I'm trying to basically reduce him. Basically, stealing his uniqueness.
Oh.
Make him more generic. Hopefully, it'll be easier for Thorn to beat him then.
Nice.
That's too much to do. The main one's the first one.
Well, we'll see. Go ahead and give me a check. This is going to be Sorrow.
I'm going to add next one to it. Oh.
All right. Since it is a radiant success, you not only find the information you seek, but you do sort of diminish him somewhat. He seems smaller, less than he was before, as you pillage his mind for the secrets within. You see her, and you know what you've known all along. It is her. She's back. And full of purpose.
He pulled out that last page where it confirms that. He looked up at the sky and just sort of screams in anguish, and then he sort of disappears in the shadow, and he's not there anymore. As far as I can tell.
Oh shit! All right. Okay. Play then. We'll pass the Thorn, but before it does, we will draw a card. All right. Wow. All right. As
That's
you
funny.
fade to shadows, you feel yourself overwhelmed by painful memories of lost love. You will have to roll sorrow. If you fail, you will lose your next turn.
So is trauma right? Like I tell you about that, or just
Yeah. What is triggering this? What is causing this?
The camera shows Kale lying in bed. It's a nice bed. It's very well lit. You hear birds tweeting outside. It looks like you get the impression it's morning, and the sheets are messed up. And Kale does not look like Kale. He's like much more vibrant and full of energy, and not as shadowy and dark as he was. And he gets out of bed and sort of looks around. And you see like an article of female clothing, and he picks up. He's like, he sees something else, and he's like, "Who is here? What is this?" And on the mirror, there's like the whole lipstick thing. It says, "Love you. See you later." We have no idea who this is.
Oh, damn. All right.
And a sorrow roll.
Sorrow roll.
Collect token first. Where's my token? Sorry, I've lost my token here.
Oh shit! I made it invisible because you said you faded out. All right, my bad. Here you go. All right, success. You are able. You are comfortable with sorrow, and you pack it all in a box and you put it up on a high shelf. Thorn, to you.
All right. Thorn races over to Kira as she's surrounded. Okay, cool. Thank you. As he races over to Kira, as he kind of shoulder checks her out of the way, they may get her away from his father and these other creatures. It's like, they need you up there. And he points over to their destination. I need to settle this with him. And he stares down his father, and he rushes, and actually not yet. He stands up proud. It's like, I didn't expect to see you here. And he kind of he rolls his shoulders, pops his dislocated joints back in place, and I don't know if he responds or not, but he goes to he goes to take him on, and he and tries to tackle him out of the way.
All right. As you rush in, he looks from Kira to you and says, "How many times in your life must I beat sense into you? The gods are gone, dead and forgotten. It is our time now. No longer will we be puppets. We will be kings. We will be the new gods of the world. Vale will create."
That sounds like a pretty boring world to me. And he goes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I think that's son. You're kind of rushing in, beating up your dad. Go for it. I will say, attacks against this dude, if they fail, it's real bad.
It's okay.
Do you get any bonus for my actions earlier, or does that affect the combat at all?
Yeah,
So what I did for your thing earlier of lessening him, as I kind of just counted it as progress towards defeating him,
Gotcha.
in his
Okay.
ephemeral hit points, as it were.
Gotcha.
And I'm pretty sure Suri just gives you an extra die because I don't know if Radiant 6 gives you 2 or not, because I know that the character already has that, so I don't.
Let's see.
'Cause that was the check on my turn, was to boost his next roll, so I think it's just going to be 1 because I know that there's already a character that gives 2, right?
Yeah. All right. So you have a +1 from Suri. and then you can add more to it. But you rolled, and you hit. Do you want to describe the hit?
Sure. He bounds up and he takes like a giant leap and then just starts and then kicks him in the chest essentially, like as he falls to the ground, and he like tackles him to the ground, and with sobs on his face, he starts like punching him in the face, and he yelled at him, it's like, "What happened to Mom?" as he keeps punching him.
Damn. All right. As you engage in battle with your father, he's doing like that sick like parry with his forearms, like the blows that are coming in. But each of your attacks that lands, it sends force into him. And despite none of the blows landing solid, you are wearing him down. All right. As the round ends, we draw from the deck again. Oh, Soul Tornado. Roll Sorrow, fail Blinded on your next turn. Roll one less die. Okay. Okay, so basically, as you're back here on the edge of the battle, guiding, advising, witnessing, you feel the threads around you snapping, fraying, tearing, and you see not the world that is, but the world slightly beyond. You see the souls of the people who have died today lifting up, confused, frightened, crying out for guidance and for help. But there is no easy way to heaven anymore. Not with the world in the state that it has become. You must guide them. You feel called to do so. So, give me a sorrow roll.
Okay. I will spend my last fate point to boost it.
Okay.
Okay.
Woo! Alright. So, quickly describe how you guide these souls.
Alright. She her form begins to change. One of her eyes becomes unglinted by this golden fate weave and becomes clouded and fogged with a view and a vision of a future that not want to pass. And as she reaches up with tears coming from the clouded eye, but a determination from the golden eye, she raises her staff and says, "I cannot possibly save all of you, but I can do my best to guide you to the proper end." And she will reach out to these fraying threads that these souls are traveling along and attempt to guide them on their passing.
All right. Fantastic. As you are able to see both worlds again, the world of spirits and the world of mortals, and you retain your vision and that of your allies. All right. As we roll into round 4, Kassor chuckles, and he says, "Not bad, whelp. But I see the two of you will require my full attention." And then he puts on his boss music.
Shit.
So this round, instead of drawing from the deck, between every hero activation, Kassor is going to bust out a can of whoop ass. All right. Let's see what the initiative order is this time. Thorn, you're up first. Engaged in battle with your father.
He squares off with him as he stands between him and Kira and the rest of his team. It's like, "You owe me answers, old man," as he points to him. And he tries to quarantine their fight. Like he stomps behind him, kind of like severing the street and like the city block off. Like he doesn't intend to leave this fight.
Oh
that he
shit!
did. And he goes forward with a kind of like a running tackle.
Okay.
It's a
As you
first
charge
attack.
him, he roars at you. Let's see how long you can stay on your feet this time, boy. All right. Charging your father is definitely a son, so go for it.
Hell yeah.
Looks like-
All right, yeah. As you rush forward, you collide directly with him. What does this look like when you land this hit for 2 wounds? Or,
he
boss
yeah,
wounds,
he
as
hits
it were.
he hits him with like a running tackle, and he kind of drags him through buildings and homes and businesses as this fight kind of like explodes out from where it was. And he kind of and so he's how do I think of this? Becomes a running, blur of anger as he starts dragging him through all these like solid buildings.
All right, yeah. The building starts to sort of collapse around you as you rush your father, dragging him through the debris. As your turn ends and Kale's turn begins, your father digs in to your sides and your shoulders with his 4 clawed hands. The flesh tears, and you realize that he is going to pick you up. What do you do to prevent it?
He tries to parry the grab, but he's not like they're in the Charlie Brown dust cloud fight.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just trying to push him away. He's brawling.
All right. Go ahead and make a sun check. Failure here could be very detrimental.
Use the point for this. The points for this one. What do I have left? Check. All right. I'll use all my points on this one. Boop. Nice.
All right. As he digs in his claws to pick you up, you assert your presence, your weight, and keep yourself grounded. He's still grappling you, and you're still grappling him, but you survive. All right, Kale.
Kale. Kale sees that Thorn might need some help here with his dad. More than Kale provided so far. So he basically bursts into shadows again. And like a little cyclone of shadows go out here and hits all these shadow dog or whatever they are. They're all over the place. And each one of them in their brain, he puts a page of cast ordered brain pages that he pulled out and says, kill this one. He just goes through and does that, all these there, and it's like puts a little a sign, putting a dog smell a towel or somebody. He's doing that to all of them you get to. That's what he's doing.
Manipulation of minds, controlling of shadow beasts. That's definitely a sorrowful activity. Give me a sorrow check.
I will add 1 dice to it. There we go.
All right, that is success. They turn and they leap upon him. Tearing at his fur, his armor, his flesh. As your turn ends, and before Vex's turn begins, he lets out a ferocious roar, the roar of the Hollow King. You can feel it pulling up from inside of you. The beast, that spirit, that dead god of rage, primal fury. Each of you must master yourselves by making a sorrow check, or give in to rage and madness.
Okay.
All right. We'll start at the closest epicenter. Thorn.
My sorrow, not very big. Yeah.
Ooh.
Fair enough.
All right. You take it.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. You take one wound, and your only actions next round are violent, with unforeseen consequences. All right. So you just right-click your mini. Here, I can do the wounds. They don't seem to be taken. I don't know if it's a permissions thing or what. All right. Kira, you're right there. I need a sorrow roll.
How do you roll sorrow? I apologize.
There is a little purple hand macro.
Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. Got it.
Oof.
Fail.
All right. Yeah, you feel all of the hatred, all of the violent urges, all of the violence of your past that you have dealt with or buried come rushing to the surface. You would take another wound, and then your next action must be violent with unforeseen consequences. All right, Kale.
Can I add a fate point to this? Or no? No fate point on these?
You could add a fate point to this if you want. I mean, it's a roll you have to make, so.
I'll just roll it.
Okay. Sorrowful Kale, you are able to quell whatever presence the beast tries to establish in your heart. Vex?
Yeah, I'll add a fate onto this. Okay. Success.
All right. Yeah, you are able to keep the aspects of the beast within you under control. And then finally, Suri.
Right. She trembles as she hears the sound and will spend that refunded last fate point since Vex has a plan for her other one. We will try to succeed this roll. 2 dice.
Damn, Kale. Damn. I'm gonna put that on a shirt.
You made
Sell it
it
at Hot
onto
Dogs.
Born in the sorrow. Hey.
Oh shit! Yeah, Suri. You close off the sound of the roar. You can give Thorn or Kira a chance to roll again with your radiant success there. Who do you choose?
I'm going to choose Thorn because he is fighting against his father, and Suri was already trying to channel her fate powers into him earlier.
All right, now Thorn, if you take this offer, you can attempt to roll again, but if you fail, you take another wound and are still driven to violence and madness by your father's roar. You wanna try, or do you accept the beast?
Yeah, no, he is angry. He likes being angry, and he wants to fight. He wants to prove his father wrong. And so, but also, like, I could, as far as this, like, bonus die, I could use it next turn, right?
No, right now you have a chance to roll a new sorrow check to break free of the roar's command. But if you fail, you'll take another wound.
Okay. Yeah, no, I will forego the reroll.
All right,
because my sorrow
sorry.
isn't very good. Yeah.
Your heart aches seeing Thorn embrace the beast so fully, but it is what it is. All right, Vex, you're up.
Therapy's too expensive. Okay, so radiant powers, it's once per scene. Is it completely separate from fate points?
Yes, it's like your super move.
Okay. But I could still flavor it as something.
And I'm not trying to put us on a meta timer, but you got 2 more scenes to get through in 90 minutes, give or take.
Okay. That speeds things up. Okay. I would like to use my radiant power as a team up for Kira. Is that possible?
Okay. What are you describing it doing?
Okay, Kira's wounded quite a bit through this battle with all these shadows. So Vex kind of rears back both their arms as they kind of, in a very sudden motion, kind of like strike the air. There is cracks that let off a very loud ringing sound. Almost like a hammer hitting an anvil and shattering glass, as like the air and reality kind of starts to distort around them. And I would like to use my Radiant Power Wrath of the Hollow Crucible as a team up for Kira.
Okay. Do you want to use it to heal Kira? If you affect Kira at all with this ability, she will be reformed. There is no way to prevent that. You will break her down and build her into something new and terrible.
Oh, terrible.
Yes, it's new, terrible, and radiant.
No, but radiant. I mean,
Will it help us succeed?
Oh, will it help us succeed? I assume not having a bunch of wounds would be pretty good.
Would be.
Do you consent to being reforged?
Yeah,
Whatever it takes, Vex.
All right, do it.
All
So you
right.
still roll a check. This will be sorrow because you definitely, like taking this person and making them into something different, but you still asked if it was okay. So it's not sun. All right, so give me a sorrow
Okay.
check. You already succeed. We're just seeing like the quality of it.
And I can't add fate to power this up at anything. It's just straight up.
You can if you're fishing for a radiant success or trying to avoid a failure. Like
Okay.
you'll still succeed, but if you get a failure, you could be injured or have some other penalty.
Yeah. All right, I'll throw a dice onto this.
Okay.
So this will be 2. Okay.
All right,
It's just a regular
success.
success.
Then what you set out to do is achieved. Kira has 2 wounds right now. Then I think they would have 3, right? Because they got 1 from the roar and then 2 from earlier. So
Yes,
go ahead
that's
and
correct.
roll a D3 for me. So this is a regular success, and we will see how many wounds you restore.
3. That's not right. Oh, oops.
Nice.
Oh, very nice. All right, you heal them to full. Vex, what do they look like reforged?
Okay, yeah. That cracking, shattering, distortion, the piercing and cracks in their armor, starts to be refilled with the greenish fire that then starts to kind of solidify into this greenish crystal that starts to kind of form over their armor, over their wounds, almost like another set of armor that's kind of evolving around their current set.
Oh shit. Okay. Hype.
And if
All
this
right.
was an anime, you would see kanji being thrown onto the screen, and then underneath the fan dub subtitles, it'd be Radiant Power, Wrath of the Hollow Crucible.
Incredible. All right. As that happens and play is about to pass to Kira, Kassor is fully engaged with Thorn, and does not turn to attack you. Instead, he brings his full strength to bear. He is going to try and rip off Thorn's arms. Thorn, how do you respond?
How does he looks at his dad for the first time with like Dad, like, come on. Like, but he looks, with like sorrow, like you're doing this to me, your only son. As he tries to fight back against, this like, limb tearing attack.
Yeah. All right, so trying to kind of ration with your father, trying to like get through to him, is actually going to be sorrow, not son. All right, so give me a sorrow roll. Boost it however you feel you need to. If you have any fate points left.
So
Oof. All right. Let's see. As you look at your father, and you feel that calm, kind of settling in despite the beast's presence. You see him see you for the first time, and there is a flicker of regret as he tears your arms. You feel the ligaments tear, the pop, the bones breaking. He hesitates, and he holds your two dislocated arms, one in each of his hands, your body still held in the other two hands. And he says, "The gods took your mother. They will never take another. The gods of our new world will be merciful." All right, Kira, you watch this exchange because you're literally right there. What do?
She cries out.
Orin, you take
behalf-
2 wounds. You take 2 wounds. I got you. All right.
She cries
Kira.
out on behalf of her injured friend, and in a flash of now green light and a poof of rose petals, she kind of turns into a swirl that goes like up in the air and then back down as she reapparates and goes in for kind of like a down thrust with her sword.
Oh hell yeah. I'm into that shit. That sounds cool as hell. All right, that's definitely
So I
Sun.
think-
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Radiant success.
Nice.
Oh, all right. So with that radiant success, you could deal 2 boss wounds or 1 boss wound, and you kind of you were affected by the rage and madness though, right?
I was.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless when I was remade.
Ooh, good point. Good point. It wasn't a radiant success though, so I'd say you're still fueled by the beast. All right. So as you attack him, you critically hit him, but you can't stop the assault. You swing again and again and again, and he holds his own son aloft, a human shield. Thorn takes another wound, this from his own ally.
Oof, sorry.
Shit. Alright. Okay. Then, as your turn ends, and play is about to pass to Suri, let's see. Reckless Rampage. Yeah, okay. He takes his own son and begins to use him as a bludgeoning device against Kira, beating Thorn against Kira's double set of armor over and over and over again. I need Thorn and Kira to explain why this isn't shattering all the bones in your body.
I'm gonna go with that. Kira is like defensively using his shield, but trying to like give to the blows a little bit, trying not to necessarily break him, but like try to catch some of it.
Okay. All right. That's kind of on the line of Sorrow and Sun. We'll go with Sun. Woo. Okay. And then Thorn, how are you enduring this brutal treatment?
He is just bracing his body. He is trying to hold himself together with every bit of rough training he's ever had.
Okay. It's gonna be sun.
He's
Then.
like,
You're just
he's like
sense of
yeah.
self. Yeah, presence.
Must be my own
Strength.
team up and fate point to help you.
Oh, okay. Woo! All right. Even with all them wounds, canceling dice out, you succeed. You endure the punishment. Kira, you block all the hits, and Thorn, your training and your strength prevent any further damage. Suri, to you.
All right, completely exhausted out of fate points, Suri lowers her shoulders and slams her staff into the ground. You will not defeat him, not now, not ever, as she says to Kessel, correct?
Kassor.
Kassor to his son. And as she looks at Thorn being thrown about, torn asunder, she, without her staff in her hands now, reaches up both of her hands into the sky and begins to form an ethereal blade from the golden threads. The same golden threads which those souls traveled up, and now that they are free to be used, those fates ended. She weaves them into the blade and is going to use her radiant overload and radiant power to say, Dreadcutter's grace, feel pain of all of those that you have wounded. And she is going to attempt to automatically succeed to wound him with all of the fate threads of the people that he's hurt.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, go ahead and check. Because you could still get a radiant success and do extra damage. Oh, all right.
Damn, son.
There it is. There it is. All right, how do you defeat Kassor?
I take the sword, and after all these threads wrap around it, she moves it down in an arc, almost like a clock. And when it hits the bottom, a chime echoes backwards, and all of the threads pierce through him from every direction.
Beautiful. All right. He looks at you, Thorn, broken and discarded, arms unresponsive on the ground, as he is thread by thread pulled apart. And he says, I'll tell your mother. You fought well.
Wait, don't go. As he claws at him, like holding his body in his arms.
So
Right.
sorry.
With that,
Most people aren't going to see it.
the way forward lays open.
Most people won't see it, but behind Thorn there's a shadow of a shadow. And it puts some of these shadow thoughts into Thorn's head that he stole out of his dad. Nice images of his dad holding his newborn son. And how proud he is and stuff like that. And I fade out of existence again for the moment.
That's good shit right there. That's good eats. Whew. Okay. You don't have time to lick your wounds, but fate does realign. If you are below 3 fate points, fate tokens, you can increase back to 3, and if you use your radiant ability, it resets.
Hell yeah. Does that mean I get
we don't
4 still because I start with 4, or is it only 3?
Correct. Yeah, you would go back to 4. Yeah,
Okay,
'cause
cool.
that's
Just
your
double
default.
checking.
And if we succeed on our rolls when using fate points, they don't go away. So we just
You only get 1 back.
Yeah, so if you
right.
spend
if you
like
use multiples, right?
Yeah. But every time you use fate to add a die to a roll, if you succeed, you get to keep the fate point that you spent.
Right. Okay.
And if it's a team up, you only get it back if they radiant succeed, correct?
Yeah.
And...
But I think we did one thing wrong because we're caught up in the moment. Did you make your trauma roll against the cracked anvil, Vex, so you were able to use your radiant power, or were you actually not supposed to use the radiant power in that scene?
Oh, and
Remember there's the cracked anvil.
I was thinking about that. I
Yeah.
was thinking about that round. Yeah.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I think
yeah.
I
It was
failed
the scene.
that.
All right. Then we will say that it affects you in this next scene. You
Okay.
will not have access to your radiant power. Okay. Alrighty. Do you guys need a few minutes? Or you ready to jump into the next scene?
But radiance used, we can use what, a radiant power only once? What does that
Once
mean?
per scene. Once per scene. So this scene is
Okay.
over. You have two more scenes left.
Okay.
So it would restore if you had used it.
Okay.
So you pretty much always want to use your radiant thing in a scene. It's just picking the right time to do it. So, or being like me and you just sit on your video game resources until the credits roll, and then you're like, "That's how I won the game, by not using a single elixir." Yeah. How you do it? That's the only way. It's the only way.
You get extra Reddit points for that.
Yeah. All right. After the climactic moments of the burning gate, the fires of Savarin dim behind you as you move towards the land directly beneath the fracture in the sky. The memory stolen from Castor by Kale indicates that the entrance to the spire lies not in the city, though the spire is hidden beneath it, but outside the city. There is a bridge called the Sky Bridge, a bridge that leads to nothing. It extends from the cliff the city is built on out into an endless expanse, hundreds of feet beneath the churning sea. It is considered an oddity, an ancient work of art that serves no practical purpose, perhaps built by the gods for fun, for aesthetics, or perhaps it served some greater purpose long ago. But you know now, Kale, that it is the entrance to the spire. You must cross the bridge that doesn't exist to reach the inner sanctum beneath the city. I'll take you guys over to that scene, I guess. Okay. So I'll put you guys over here. All right. As you begin to cross the bridge, the shattering sky sends shards of stale reality down, thundering the bridge, shattering it. Your will alone is enough to maintain the memory of the bridge, but everything is floating in that really dramatic anime way that everything floats when you're higher level. You, of course, will have to leap from stone to stone, teleport, fly, the basics, to traverse the bridge. The bridge before you is no longer a path, it's a prayer. Shattered platforms hang in the air, tethered by flickering threads of fate. One misstep, and you'll fall not into the sea, but into memory, into fire, into the void. To open up the scene, describe the state of your hero after the battle with Castor, after traversing the ruined city under siege, after witnessing the destruction of the bridge to nowhere. We'll start with Vex.
The green flames that normally would be around Vex are much lower, flickering kind of across their body. AKA, I ain't got no radiant power now, so it is what it is. But they are also kind of distracted as they've kind of been getting some of this information about Vale over their initial push into the city, and they're trying to process their thoughts and feelings for the inevitable confrontation they will have.
All right. Suri.
All right. Suri is measured in all things, including the extent to which she expends her energy. So she still looks pretty healthy. but the look on her face is of contemplation and consternation. As she walks with the allies, she flits her eyes back and forth between them, seeing the many different and bending knots of threads and trying to determine which one is the one they're walking and if that is the right one. She keeps questioning herself, but keeps that worry to herself. When expressed or approached by any of the allies, she gives a soft smile and gently places a hand upon them. But she does everything she can to betray how she's feeling on the inside. But as she looks around at this, she begins to wonder what could have driven Vale to this, to all of this destruction.
All right. Thorn, to you. Badly beaten, your arms hanging limply at your sides. You've perhaps asked Kira to help you sort of pop them back into place, but they're tender. But maybe not as tender as your heart after everything that's happened. Where you at, bro?
Thorn, yeah, he tries to, do that thing where you ram your shoulder against the wall to put his shoulder back in place. It just, he can't get it in right as his hands kind of twitch kind of uselessly. He looks at his freaking friends with like a toothy smile as, he tries to, get their spirits up. It's like, hey, we got places to go. And he tries to run ahead, march ahead. It's like, this ain't gonna fix itself, guys. He tries to be cheery. As he has his coat kind of over his arms to kind of cover up how messed up they are.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
You have the cool guy jacket not in the sleeves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah, he tries to walk up ahead.
Okay. Kira.
Kira, forever changed by Vex's magic. Her hair now black, her eyes now green in her image. Her armor, where once silver, now ebony, and the green crystals grow like a scale mail across her skin, now kind of peeping out from under the shoulder pauldrons and seemingly ever growing, scale by scale. Her blade, once red, now glows green, and the rose petals that drift from her ever-billowing cape now black.
Hype. All right. And Kale.
Kale. He doesn't appear to be wounded at all. He seems to be in fairly decent shape. He's worried about Thorn, and he goes over and puts his hand on Thorn's shoulder. He says, "Remember, Thorn, what he was at the end is not what he used to be. There was a time when he was a good man, and he really cared about you. Let the past devour the present. Let what was consume what is."
Right. Yeah. It's, he's my old man,
I saw inside. Like I said, he was turned that way by something else. It wasn't that he hated you. He just hated what he'd been forced to do. And the rage took him over and he let it out on you.
Right. I just hope that I can still see him one day.
All right. As you say that, you hear a cruel voice say, "Oh, don't worry. You'll see Daddy sooner than you think. You go no further, Exalted. Vale has plans for this world, and they don't involve you." And you see standing next to this very muscular, tall woman with sort of caramel skin and brown hair. Her eyes, hollow sockets that burn with hellfire, is a silent man. His lips stone shut, his eyes hidden beneath a blindfold, his pale skin and white hair making him appear as a corpse. You see, coming out of his spine is a writhing mass of golden chains and manacles that twitch and slither around him. He says, because his mouth is sewed shut, nothing. And then you guys roll into initiative. I got you.
Caleb's kind of jealous of that guy's.
His fit, like he's got it. Yeah.
Game recognized. Game.
All right. So in this fight, one or both of the bosses will take an action, whether they're doing team ups or single player stuff, after each of you, and then at the end of each round, we will draw from the deck. This entire scene is defeating them while not falling into the void, while reaching the other side of the bridge. All right. Kira, you're up first.
She rushes in to meet them on their ground. And she draws her blade on the fiery woman. Sunroll?
That's definitely Sunroll, yeah. And I'd say since you went first, it's a leadership thing, right? Because you're leading the charge right now.
Yeah, but I rolled. I succeeded.
Oh, okay. Nice. All right. So as you rush forward, as you rush forward, you slam your blade into this woman, and you tear right through her. As you do, you realize that her body is only a representation of what she is, a spirit of fire. The flames reforge around the wound, and she mockingly laughs at you and says, "Oh, this is gonna be fun. I've heard of your heavenly flames. We'll see how they measure up." And as your turn ends, you are all up on it. She is going to point blank Hadouken you with both palms, both eyes, and her open maw, as she just like a beam of fire through you and back towards your assembled allies. Everyone will need to explain how they endure or evade this beam of hellfire.
Hellfire, you say?
Ira, because you're at the epicenter of it, if you fail, you will take 2 wounds from it instead of 1.
Okay.
Hellfire, you say?
Mm-hmm.
She merely adopted it. I was born in it. I control the flames.
Ooh, okay. You try to control the flames around as they head into you. All right, so go ahead and that would be a sorrow roll.
All right, I'll spend a fate on this. Radiant.
All right, radiant success. You may grant a bonus die to one of your allies who is near you. So not Kira, but one of the other 3, as your control over the hellfire is absolute.
I'll give it to Thorn.
Okay.
All right, Thorn, how are you avoiding the fire? Or enduring it?
Thorn tries to endure it. He tries to, throw his, magical coat he has towards the flame and kind of hunkers down under it But yeah, no, he's just trying to truck it right now. He's like trying to stand in front of Suri. It's like, can't let that hair get dried out. As he looks back at her.
You wouldn't believe how expensive the conditioner is in this environment.
All right. Your joviality in the face of death is definitely a sun move. So go ahead and give me a sun check. You have a +1 to the pool because of Vex's control over the Hellfire.
Wait, right. I'm still wounded.
Oh, all right, yeah. So them wounds taking their toll on you. They eliminate the success. As he's making that joke to you, Suri, he just gets fucking blasted. And you just see the burns, the scorch. Most of his clothes burned in the Hellfire. Suri, how are you enduring or evading the attack?
In this timeline, Suri is not here. She's over there. So she's going to try to grab the fate and put herself in a different spot.
Oh, hype. That's definitely sorrow. All right, go for
we're
it.
Going to spend a fate point. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, no. Can we spend and then also re-roll on the same roll?
Let me check the...
I don't know if I want to do that, but I'm just asking for future.
Yeah. Let's see. Checking the fate tokens. You may spend a fate token you can spend them once per moment. Okay, so yeah.
No,
right.
That's it anyway. I fail.
Okay. You want to be that Suri over there, but you feel that your place is here to witness, to guide, and to endure alongside the others. You do take 1 wound, which I'll get for you. All right.
Thanks.
Kale, how do you evade or survive the Hellfire?
He doesn't evade it. He sees it coming. And he sees it hit his 2 companions in front and burns its way through them. And he retreats into his mind castle of pain. All the pain he's endured.
Oh my god,
And
fuck yeah.
It's nothing at all compared to this. Nothing at all compared to this fire.
Damn. All right,
That's
definitely sorrow as you go and relive 1,000 years of pain.
I'll add a fate point to that. There you go.
All right, and since you used a fate point and succeeded, it is refunded to you. Very nice. Yeah, Kale, it's like the fire burns you but doesn't. And those of you nearby, you see a film of shadow, almost like a venom symbiote, like spreads over him as he retreats into his mind castle, and it is burned away by the flames, leaving him untouched. Kira, you don't see any of that. All you see is bright burning light. How do you avoid this point blank super Hadouken?
Okay, so remade by Vex, and I don't know if I'm still channeling my original god's energy, but like I assume she would throw up like a shield of like composed of hellfire and radiant light, and she would just try to like gird through it, just like hold steady and try to force her way through it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that feels like sun. You're taking it on the chin. You're not putting yourself in your mind palace. You're not trying to be somewhere else. You're present with the assault. All right, give us that sun check.
If I boost it, is it heroic enough to get a +1?
Again, to take it hits is a normal
fair.
part of your life as a champion. Yeah. Ooh, all right. Yeah, you radiantly succeed. You take the fire into yourself, both the holy fire of your own divinity and the infernal fire of the power Vex gave to you. And you could use that fire. Well, you don't need to heal. You could, as you absorb that fire, gain a fate point.
Excellent.
All right, Kale, to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did my turn, but it wasn't my turn for that.
Nope, it was just you surviving an attack.
Oh man, what are we gonna do here? So I have a question about my radiant power. It seems super powerful? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
like-
yeah, you're gods, bro.
Guys- Use it and like neutralize one of these characters.
I mean, it is bound by the same kind of things that like a Dungeons and Dragons Wish spell would be bound by. So in this instance, I'm pulling up your sheet. Your radiant power is called the Echoes of Oblivion. Calls forth tendrils of shadow woven from broken promises, lost memories, to unravel objects, minds, even fate themselves. What he touches forgets its name. Black flame spiral like morning veils. Erasure, elegy, power drawn from pain. So, with this, you just do the rad shit. So if you're trying to erase somebody altogether, I would say that you would need to get a radiant success on the check, and if you are unsuccessful, then it would definitely have some major consequences. If you were trying to temporarily banish an individual or diminish that individual, the stakes would be much lower. But if you want to go for broke and try to remove one of these two combatants from the fight altogether, you can certainly try.
Thorn, are you injured, Thorn? Do you have any wounds?
4 of them.
4 of them.
Oh. Oh, are you thinking erasure in a different way?
Would I have to use my special ability to like make the wounds forget that they're wounds or something, or like erase his
Yeah,
wounds?
you could definitely use your radiant power to have him forget about his own injuries. So it would be like, very Dragonbane last night, like get up and keep fighting. Like his body would still be pretty wrecked, but his knowledge of the wounds and memories of the wounds would be erased. So he would be healed mechanically, but physically he would still be torn up.
I'll do that then. My tendril
Okay.
shadow will go into him. And
All
try
right,
and
this
do
will
that for him.
operate similar to what Vex did. So go ahead and give me a sorrow roll. If you are radiant successful on this, then it will remove all of his wounds. Otherwise, it will restore a random amount. Oh shit! All right. Kale goes a little too hard, Thorn, and you forget not just the wounds from the fight against your father, but you forget what it's like to feel pain.
Oh. That's pretty cool.
All right. So,
Well, that's it for me.
oh fuck yeah! All right. As play passes to Thorn, the man with the chains is up. Let's see. All right. He is going to use golden restraint. Oh, this is actually passive. Oh man. Okay. All right. Then. Okay, it can actually be used actively. All right, that's cool. All right, he will pick 2 targets. So let's see where the 2 targets he's gonna pick. One of them for sure is gonna be Kira. The other one will be. Oh man, Thorn. All right, so Kira and Thorn. Cold and calculating. Chains and manacles of gold try to wrap around you, binding you, choking you, puncturing your divine flesh. How do you... With this move, the cold metal and even colder intent behind them, you can only avoid it with an equal measure of concentration. As you watch the weaving patterns of the chains, you must find a way to avoid them. To fight against them directly would only tangle yourself in them. So this is a sorrow roll to avoid being restrained. Alright, so Kira and Thorn. Go ahead and give me those checks. Hot damn. Alright. Thorn, you have a radiant success, but Kira has a failure. Thorn, you could use your radiant success to pull on the chains, giving Kira a chance to re-roll.
Sure.
Okay. Kira, give me a fresh roll. Nice. All right. So with the power of anime and friendship, as you tangle the chain around your wrist and pull hard, it gets this guy off his game. His chains come loose. Kira, you manage to break yourself free of them. All right. Thorn, you're up.
All right. Thorn, I think, still has he's still holding on to those chains as he tries to pull this fellow right in his face.
Oh, pull him over to you? Oh, fuck yeah. All right. Yeah, that sounds like a sun move. Let's go.
All right. There you go.
Oh shit. Yeah. All right. So you drag him over to you, and with your radiant success, that actually does 1 wound to him as well.
Yeah, he drags him over, pulling him over, and just clocks him in the face. And
oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Some of the stitches tear as you punch him hard in the mouth, and you see a smile twitch across his face as the bones and tendons of his body crack and pop as he kind of moves his neck and head back into position. All right. As play passes from Thorn to Suri, now that he's all up in it, the mouth continues to smile at the edge with the torn stitches. You see the figure clench their whole body, and then you hear the tearing of leather and flesh as ever so many spiked chains burst from the front and back of their body, afflicting everyone except Kira, with an attempt to restrain. So I need all 4 of you to give me sorrow checks.
Okay, I will spend a fate point.
Okay. Nice. Oh, nice job, Thorn.
Whoa.
Okay. Nice. Wow. Okay. Fuck yeah, guys. All right. So as he does this, all of you, with cold, calculating precision, tilt your heads, duck, move, and otherwise evade these grasping tendrils of gold. Suri, to you. And actually, Thorn will say that your radiant success can give a +1 to whatever Suri tries to do, but they have to use it right now.
Excellent. Since Thorn's a very physical individual, when he's dodging and ducking and potentially even grabbing some of these chains, Suri's going to reach out and wrap a thread of fate around the chains, and her attempt here is to age the metal to crumble his chains so he can't use them.
Nice. Okay. All right, give me a sorrow check.
Okay, and I'll spend one of mine to give it a total of 3 dice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Okay. So a radiant success. So many of his chains wilt and crumble to dust, and you see him begin cannibalizing the more human parts of his form, changing the flesh and bone into more chains to replace it, but diminishing everything that he is in the process.
Do not belong in this world, or the one that Veil seeks to create. I think that's it for me.
Yeah. All right. As your turn ends, over here, this lady calls to her ally and says, "It seems like you're in a bind over there." Well, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Here. Take part of me. And you see her sort of step back, Kira, and a second her is behind her. That second her burst into flames, screaming in agony. And then you see the form over here that is emptying out its flesh to make room for chains begin to fill back in the missing bones and muscle structure with burning living flames. And she heals him. Alright, Vex, to you.
You two are nothing more than a bunch of roadblocks. And you have the gall to try and reform something in front of me? Vex is just gonna step up, kind of place a hand in front, and just siphon all of that hellfire that's trying to fill into him.
Oh shit! Okay, that's pretty cool. That is gonna be a sorrow, I think, because you are, you're trying to take away from him rather than just, directly beat the shit out of him.
Yep, I'll take that. I'll add 1 fate to this. Radiant success.
God damn. Alright. All the fire that she had granted him is yours now. And she lets out a cry of outrage, surprise, and hate. Who are you? Who are you to steal my flames?
And who are you to stop me from seeing Vale? Get out of my way, or I'll extinguish you as well.
Oh, shit. Alright. As the round ends, we draw from the deck, and then a ginormous card's going to appear, and everyone will have to reload this one. Oh, Absent Divinity. Dice pools. Oh man, this is everybody. Are reduced by 1 until the next fate card is drawn. Oh shit. Okay, so that means by default you're gonna be rolling 0 dice next round. You will have to use fate to gain dice. All right, I'm gonna refresh my screen so that I don't have to see that ginormous card. All right.
I don't have to do that too because it's gonna affect the stream one, but it's kind of covering up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, just go for it, man. Just go for it. Shit happens. All right, starting things off in round 2 is Kale. Kale, this guy seems like he's at his limit. This lady seems like she's more pissed off than ever. Either way, you feel this round the death of the gods heavier than ever before. It is true. Whatever gods remained to protect the mortals of this world have expired. You are now their lost, orphaned children. And you must stop your sister or help her. The choice is still yours.
Kale knows the thing about avoiding painful things. So he come right behind Chain Boy here and removes his blindfold.
Oh shit, bro!
And he does that. He whispers like, "You need to confront your pain to overcome it."
Oh shit! Damn, bro! How much anime did you watch before the game? Like, all right.
I haven't watched any. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead and give me a sorrow check.
Sorrow check. I have to add a fate
And
to
it'll
it
be
to able to
0.
do it.
Yeah, so if you want any dice, you will have to spend fate points.
All right. There you go. I
Oh
get
shit! Okay. With that, as you pull or even gently remove the blindfold, he has the most beautiful silver eyes, and he looks at the world for the last time. his mouth still sewn shut. He says nothing, but a single tear, glimmering silver, runs down his face
I understand.
as he collapses in a pile of blood-drenched shame. You hear the woman cry out, "Mirel, no! It wasn't supposed to be like this! Do not worry. I will remake you in the new world. Your death has meaning." Alright, and then she is gonna Kamikai a second time, and just sort of do that sort of laser sweep, you know what I'm saying? Where like, she kind of like, woof, like the arc of her her arms and her body, and then the lasers like catching up with it as it goes through Kyra and across all of you guys, destroying the bridge that you are standing on. So, Kyra, you once again are getting an energy blast in the face, but the others, you must figure out how you are avoiding being knocked into the rift below. All right, Kira.
I guess
Looks
I
like
gotta
you were
reroll.
trying to just tank it.
Did I have to spend?
You would have had to spend a fate point to even have a die to roll. Yep, because all dice pools are reduced by 1 this round.
Wow. That's tough.
All right, so Kyra, you drop to 2 fate, and then you take 2 wounds because you're still right up on her. All right, over here, Vex, how are you dealing with this arc of laser that's coming at you?
This is a wide sweeping arc, or is this like a straight beam coming towards us?
Okay, so it's a beam, right? But instead of it being like held still like it was before, it's then sweeping along and destroying the platform that you guys are on.
Like a Gravios.
Yeah.
Like a Gravios. Yeah.
Okay. Damn, if it was just like a single one that was being held.
Also, of course, the 5 points that the fire is coming from, her 2 eyes, her 2 hands, and her mouth, they do form the kanji for fire. You know, like at the epicenter. Just make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to
Yes.
spend radiant overloads when we make checks like this, or only on our turns?
You could use Radiant Overload once per scene, so you could use it for whatever you want during the scene, but it's only that one time.
Okay. I might use mine to make it so that they might not have to make theirs.
Ooh, that sounds pretty sick. Okay.
I want to see
All right.
how this goes.
What do you got? What do you got in mind? Yeah. What do you got in mind? What do you got in mind?
So the platform is destroyed, and before anybody has a chance to fall or needs to activate any of their powers, Suri will, with a panic, thrust her arms out wide and try to gather all of the threads of fate that are holding her friends to hold them close so they do not fall.
Oh shit. Okay.
So kind of ethereally just tether them to herself.
Nice. All right. Go ahead and give me a sorrow roll to see the quality of this move, but it will succeed.
And I have to spend fate, right? Because of the.
Yes, you would have to spend fate as well.
Okay, we still keep it.
But you get it back because all right. So it does what you want it to do, which is keep the others from having to roll, but it does nothing extra. All right, you pull them close to you, and now suspended by ever so many threads of fate, like some booba spider. You have your allies in that same web, held aloft above the roiling chaos below. In looking down at that chaos theory, you begin to question what sort of world Vale has in mind. All right, and play past the theory.
Okay. She looks to the enemy we're fighting after her exclamation about her ally. Say, Your friend's death holds just as much meaning as the countless lives which you are willing to throw away for the world that you see ahead. You will not see the future. Your fate, your thread, ends here. I'm going to... let's see. Okay. I'm going to look at Thorn and be like, are you ready? And if he's down, I'm going to whip his thread of fate and throw him at her.
Oh shit! Okay, so you're gonna do an assist on Thorn?
Yep.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, Thorn nods. He gives a thumbs up, and
All right.
Right.
Yeah, she wheels back his thread of fate and is gonna try to twirl him around and with a speed unseen just hurl him at her, giving him a +1 die to his next check.
Oh shit. Okay. As you do, this individual lets out a cruel laugh and says, "The lives of mortals mean nothing, and they never will." And she is going to vanishes in a flash of heat. Oh, okay. Okay. She disappears in a burst of fire and appears right next to you, Suri, where she places a burning kiss upon your cheek, and whispers to you,
Nothing
and there
to
is
say,
no
kid.
place for you either. As she says this, you feel the heat of her presence, of her anger, of her excitement for this new world. This is a sorrow check, but if you fail it, you fear that the chaos that fuels her might taint you forever.
Okay, then I will spend, since I just passed a fate point to Thorn, I have 2 remaining. I will spend both of them to give myself 3 dice.
Okay. Or 2
no.
dice, right? Because the dice
Oh, yeah,
rolls
because
are
minus one, yeah. Yeah, and then
Okay.
if I succeed, I'll get 1 back, and then if Thorn Radiant succeeds, I'll get 1 more.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right. That is
2
a
dice.
success.
No, it's that. There. So I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
roll
There it
yet.
is. There it
Yeah,
is.
that was
All
from
right.
earlier.
Awesome. You close your eyes. You let the chaos wash over you, but not through you. Thousands of years you've lived. You've watched the rise and fall of human empires, elven empires, races and cultures and civilizations that no longer even exist. You were there when some of the gods were born. You were there when most of them died. This too will pass. Alright. Shocked by your resolve, she falters. And in that faltering, Thorn, you will add another die to your attack.
Hell yeah.
So you're at 0, but then 1 from Suri and then 1 from circumstances. And you're being thrown, I'm assuming, like Wolverine from the Hulk, so at point blank range.
yep.
Okay,
Okay.
that's definitely a sun move.
I
Let's
feel
see
like
it.
the original trajectory was forward, but just like Wolverine in Marvel Rivals, he could just spin fucking 180.
He turns around.
Well, no. He hits a piece of floating debris and fucking like clenches up and then relaunches
Rebounds.
himself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. So yeah, you get like launched over here and then.
Yeah, he bounced back. Yeah.
All right.
Like WWE on the ropes.
All right, that is going to be a success. She takes another boss wound. There's like a slow motion, like as she takes the hit right in the jaw. You see her head spin all the way around, and then reforms, grinning wildly at you as you land on some nearby webs of fate. All right. Before Vex can act, she says, I wonder what it smells like when fate burns. and she's gonna ignite the threads of fate that Suri has gathered, and try to spill all of you into the writhing abyss below. Except you, Kyra, you're totally okay over there. You're doing great. All right, so I need the four of you to explain how you are not going to be dumped into the yawning void of chaos below. Kale, why don't you start things off?
If I could step
Unless somebody wants to jump in.
first.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, seems like she's trying to use Hellfire to just kind of eradicate this whole area, so I'm just gonna try and snuff that out.
All right. If you Radiant succeed, you can spare one other person besides yourself automatically.
Okay. So I'm already spending 1 point
To have a die,
to
yeah.
have a die, then spending another one.
All right, there you go. Who do you spare from this fate?
I would probably say Shuri because she's keeping us aloft.
Okay. You spare Suri from being deposited in the void. All right. Kale or Thorn? What do you guys got?
What happened to the bridges? She like destroyed them? Is that what it was?
The bridge that you guys were on right here, but there are floating chunks of bridge in other places.
Is it possible for me to use? Wait. Kale puts his hand down on this chunk of bridge here, and he's going to say his catchphrase.
Basically, she did something like that. Yeah, there you go. Basically, all right, you guys see your catchphrase?
I have to pass the present. But what was consume what is, and basically it has a bridge reform below him.
Oh shit. Okay. You bring back the memory of the bridge, or at least you try to. All right. Give me a sorrow check. Currently at 0. You got to fuel it with fate.
All right, we'll do that. Thank you.
All right, that is a success. You create just enough floating platform for you to stand on, and Surya and Vex to cling to. Thorn, what do you do?
All right, let's see. Thorn, he realizes that he needs to, let it all out again. And so he laughs at her as his body shifts into his wolfish state, as the bones crack in his claws and realign, his snout realigns, and he roars at her, and he braces himself as he goes to for another big attack.
Okay. Well, this is in relation to just trying to not be pulled into the abyss. So we'll say that you reach out. So you're gonna reach out and grab her because she's held aloft. She's kind of got the Miss Marvel thing going on, where she's flying from propulsion, or a lady version of My Hero Endeavor kind of thing. All right. So yeah. Give me a sun check to see if you can grab onto her. All right. Success. So you're clinging to her as the webs of fate burn away. 3 of you held aloft on the memory of the bridge that was, one of you clinging to the fire being. And as play gets ready to pass to Kira, you see her look down at you, clinging to her, and she says, "Where I'm going, you can't follow, puppy." And she bursts into flames, disappears. How do you respond?
So I guess I'm falling right now.
Yeah, you're falling.
Yeah, I guess he tries to grab the ledge as he falls.
Acrobatic roll.
No.
Yeah, acrobatic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his claws dig into the edge of the bridge.
All right, the bridge that was resurrected from memory by Kiel. Got you. All right. Yeah, I feel like that would go either way. It's just gut instinct to reach out and grab whatever's closest. Rather than grab that bridge because it's a bit far, you're gonna find much further down like a fragment of floating stone to kind of dig your claws into. So give me a sun check. You have 0 dice to start. I don't know what your fate point situation is looking like.
It's not good. Let's see. I have 1, 3. I would have 2 right there.
All right. So you spent 2 of your remaining points to have the 2 dice.
Yeah.
Okay. Then one gets refunded, so you'd have 1 fate point left, and you're gripping the stone much further down. All right. She reappears next to you, Kira, and
I think I got skipped.
did you? Oh shit, my bad. And then then Vex, you're up.
But this would feed into Kira because I'm gonna do a team up. So I'm gonna spend 2 of my remaining fate points to team up with Kira, and I'm going to kind of channel my hellfire into their blade. And I mean the kanji that flames up at the bottom of the screen, and then the fan translation, you would see Blade of Asmodeus.
Oh shit! All right.
So I'll actually do that. This be Sorrow.
You are forging a weapon for someone else to use. That's like thinking ahead, tactical. Yeah, that could be Sorrow.
Okay. Success.
Okay.
All right, so I'm down to 1.
All right. Kira, before your turn, she shouts, 1,000 fiery fists! And you see, bursting from her manifested form are so many pseudopods and limbs of flame, and all of them come barreling towards you. Kira, you can invade or endure in whatever way you see fit, but this is a big attack. It's going to hit real hard.
And I
what
have
do
to
you do?
My last fate point or
To even have a die to roll.
Yeah, but did I just get one, or is it for my next action, like on my turn?
Oh no, it would be your next action. So
Okay, and you get 2 actually because of my.
But now if you fail, then Vex will also be. You both will suffer a wound from Vex's assistance. So you'll have 2 dice to start.
All right, so she is going to just go into like rapid parry mode, her glowing hellfire blade meeting the pseudopods.
Oh hell yeah! All right.
So and I get 2 on this one.
Yep,
2
you have
for
2.
the start.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on. All right, that is a success. You are able to parry the 1,000 punches in rapid succession, and then it is your turn.
All right, and then with her last point of fate, or you know what, we do have that special ability. I probably what's the thing called the automatic success.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant overcharge. I could go for that.
Yeah.
To avoid. So yeah, what she'd like to do is she'd like to go forth, her hand glowing in a mixture of like radiant energy and hellfire to look like this kind of glowing green energy, and she reaches out to grab her by the throat and pick her up and kind of like call to the heavens to strike down like a radiant beam on her.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. This is automatically going to hit. But Devil's Bargain. If you push this, you would be able to do 3 on a radiant success, but on a fail, she will hurt you as you are hurting her.
Mm-hmm. But I'd have to spend a fate die to even do that.
Well, to do this, you'd still have to roll, and if you don't have any dice to roll, then it'd be a fail. which you'll still succeed because that's how this works. But then there will be like a consequence that goes with the success. You
Yes,
have
I
any
have
fate
to-
points left?
I have 1.
Okay, so you're gonna spend it to roll.
Yep.
I guess the
And-
question is, before you roll, do you want to
Yeah.
push it, or are you okay with just checking to see if it's a critical hit or a regular hit or a?
I don't
You
think
know.
I can afford to push it with 2 wounds.
Okay, all right. Oof. Okay. Your attack lands, but it is not a tremendous amount of damage. It is a guaranteed damage, but not a tremendous amount of damage. As you stab and slash and cut into her, she bleeds freely, and the hellfire spatters against you, burning you. You gain 1 additional wound, but you still manage to land the hit. As the round ends, we draw another card. A boon for Kale. Kale gains 1 fate token. It can exceed the maximum until used. I don't think you need to worry about that. All right. Then I'm going to refresh my scene so I don't have to see that giant card. Playing a dangerous game with all these refreshes. That's okay. All right. Going into this next round, we go ahead and refresh everybody. We roll a fresh initiative. Suri, you're up first. This being of chaos and hellfire, is slowing you down. It's buying Vale all the time she needs to end all things. What do?
And I must speed things up. I'm going to enhance the time around Kira to heal her wounds.
Ooh, okay. I like that. All right, go ahead and give me a sorrow check.
All right, I'm gonna spend my
Radiant
last fate
success,
point.
they will heal 2. Regular success, they will heal 1.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
All right,
Right.
so your wounds go down to 2. There you go.
Nice,
And
thank
you are successful. And this this debuff here from Absent Divinity is not affecting you guys anymore. So we're back to normal on that. All right. As play passes from Suri to Kale, Fire Lady has Kira there, and she says, "You know what I hate about solars? You think you're better than everyone else, flying around on your wings, claiming you're the children of angels. Well, why don't we test that? Why don't we see if you can fly?" And she's going to try and volleyball spike you off the platform into the void. How do you respond?
Down they smash over the ledge.
Yeah, I'd like to gird my loins and resist her movement. If I can turn it around on her, that would also be cool.
Okay, hype. Okay.
I'd like to suplex her off the edge, like after she loses her balance, but we'll settle for not falling.
All right, give me that
So-
stun.
No.
Oh, that's rough. All right, you have any fate? You want to re-roll, or
No,
do you keep it?
I'm out. I'm out of resources.
Oh shit! All right. She brings both fists down in a hammer fist, and as they strike, there is a detonation. You find yourself careening down into the abyss. You collide with a bit of stone, and as you hit it, you gain a wound. All right, Kale, to you.
Oh, okay. Well, Kale reaches through all the memories he's had today from other people and his own memories, and his shadowy tendrils go up into the sky, and there they see what clouds there are with the memory of rain, hoping it'll bring rain down upon his hair.
All right, that's hype. That's hype.
Nice thunderstorm.
All right, the sky weeping. That's sorrow. Give me a sorrow check.
Are
I will
we,
treat this as an attack against this fire creature.
are we still? Well,
Oh nope, we're not.
Cool.
We're not one less than the dice pool. So you start with 1.
all right. I'll take it. All right.
Okay, success. You see her flames diminish. You see her begin to flicker in and out. She's almost done. The rain continues to pour down. Here, I'll turn on some rain for you. There you go. All right, Kale. As you close your eyes, let the rain fall down upon you. You hear her crying out in pain. Oh, it's yeah, very, very true. Before Vex could go, her turn is up, and she says, "What is this? The sky is broken. This is you. And she looks over at you, Kale, and she extends her right hand, and you see the palm open up. There is an eye in the palm of her hand, and from the eye, a concentrated beam of all of her power lances through the air directly at you. What do you do?
He is going to send out his shadow feelers and gather up whatever remains, the shadows of the other goth boy that was here, and make a shadow disc of his remains right here in front of him to absorb.
Oh, wow. Gosh, fucked up, bro. Okay,
I'm sorry.
all right. All right, give me that shadow check.
I'll add a reroll to their 8 like that.
All right. As she destroys the effigy you've made, she lets out a baleful cry of sorrow and mourning. It says, "You took him from me!" Vex, you're up.
Kira's currently plummeting towards the chaos of stuff that's below us.
Well, they got down smashed into like a small floating piece of stone, maybe like semi-impaled on it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, they're fine. They're fine. All right.
Thumbs up.
She looks very heroic down there with the rain falling on her.
Well,
Yeah, you look down at their limp form, like bleeding gold and green blood into the abyss, and you just see one thumb go boink on her hand.
Well,
She can do it all day.
Kira was remade as my creation, and I can't allow my creation to be besmirched. So I'm gonna do another team up for Kira. So you'll have 2 die on your thing.
Oh,
and
shit.
I'm kind of flavoring this as Vex will raise their hands up, and additional crystals will kind of start forming off the back of your armor, and essentially just turn into like fucking flaming jetpacks.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, go ahead and give me. It was a little emotional, just trying to save your creation when you could just focus on killing the bosses almost dead. I'm gonna actually say this is a sun move, Vex.
Okay.
All right.
And that would already consume one of my thing. All right. So
Yep.
I don't have anything for this.
I mean, you're gonna give them the bonus, like regardless. This is just to see what happens to you in the process.
Oof. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a fail.
So in order to do this, you give too much of yourself, and you do gain a wound.
All right. I'll take that.
All right. As your turn ends, before Thorn can begin, Kale, you have her full attention. You horrible, evil bastard. She's going to disappear, and she's going to reappear around you, trapped inside her burning essence. You must master the heat of the sun. Give me a stun check as she tries to incinerate you.
I'll add a dice to that.
All right. Oh, son of a bitch. All right. So she is at 1 health, and you radiant succeeded. So you could kill her from the inside if you wanted to.
Yeah, she started consuming me like that with her. I say, I don't say anything. I just take all that heat and use it to fuel my memories of when I was happy. And I try and let that out inside of her.
All right. Instead of burning bright, she looks around in a panic. Her light fades rapidly and turns black like the flames in the beginning of scene 1. She lets out one strangled cry and says, "No! I want to see the new world!" And she's done.
Same as the old world, baby.
All right. And since we're pressed for time, I'll just take you guys to the scene 3. All right. So as I'm setting up scene 3, going from right to left. So Suri, Vex, Kira, Kale, and Thorn. Tell me how you rally from the fight on the bridge and make your way through the portal at the end of it, which takes you to this secret beneath the city.
Suri finally lets go of all the threads that were holding her allies as we begin to walk along a kind of intangible bridge to our next location, and she looks to all of them, and she considers how to say her next words. The many times this conversation, this exact moment, these same steps have been taken. She kind of gets a gauge of how all of them are feeling. It says, ahead of us lies the choice we must make for the future. To save the world that is, prevent its breaking. But we must not ever forget. Vale was one of us. Something drove her to this. She may yet be saved.
All right. Vex.
After this this fight has concluded and they hear the words of Shuri, the green flames that were kind of diminished since they had already expended their radiant powers starts to kind of flare back up again, like a forge being relit. And they definitely take those words to heart. They'll get to see Vale. They don't want to let this chance pass up.
All right. Kira.
Kira is in a state of brokenness. You can see like the crystal that's been formed over her is cracking, and the blood it oozes from there. She's got like the classic anime like dirty face with like a scuff on the chin. But you see she still is resolved. In spite of all that she has lost, she presses forward. I don't know if there is anyone to call to, but she would call to whatever is left in the world to their aid to help mend her wounds before this climactic last battle.
There is a sobering coldness as you reach out for the gods you loved, questioned, and served for so long, because you feel, maybe for the very first time, the true absence of them. You are all that's left of their legacy. Kale. Where are you at transitioning into this next scene?
He's walking along with the others, but unlike all of them apparently, he is physically unharmed. His suit, his black suit, threaded out of place. Sort of a contrast walking with the rest of them. And he's talking sort of to the others, but also just sort of out loud. And he's saying, I am the memory man. I'm the master of memories, but what happens when I can't trust my own memories? I don't know what to do anymore. If I believe him, well, I don't believe him. He looks over at whoever's next to him and he's like, do you understand? But he doesn't actually expect an answer.
Thorn, as you're kind of leaping from stone to stone and, returning to the rest of the group, you hear Kale speaking to no one in particular. Where are you at, Thorn?
Thorn walks up behind him and kind of pats him on the back. It's like, you okay, buddy?
I don't know. I don't know what anything is anymore.
Hey, God, he kind of waves down the group. It's like, something's going on with Kale, not, Sir, you know what this is?
I just confronted by the unreality of my reality now. I'll be fine. When the truth comes, I will recognize it. And I'll hopefully take the correct action.
All right. He gives you a firm grip on your shoulder. It's like, remember, you can call on me.
You can rely on me as always, friend.
He gives a solemn grin, and he goes into the group. Hey, guys, I had a deal with Vale. It says in my secret objective they had, but I don't know what the contents of the deal was, unless I just make it up on the fly. Crash, I don't.
Yeah, you just make it up on the fly. Yeah, it's a storytelling game.
All
Go
right.
for it.
All right, yeah. She said she'd bring my mom back, but I don't know if I want that anymore. I was gonna work with her, but I can't do that anymore. I hope you can forgive me. And he kind of does like a very stiff, stilted bow.
Suri looks surprised, a face she doesn't often make, as if she didn't see this deal, this particular thread amongst the massive weave currently thrust before her eyes. That surprise fades to a smile, and she bows her head back in return and says, "Your honesty will avail us of victory. You are noble to say such."
He looks to the rest of the group and is like, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's been on my mind. And he goes off he marches forward.
All right. The final leap from the fractured sky bridge through the hidden portal, the end of the bridge to nowhere. You land barely. The platform of the solar spire greets you like the breath before a scream. The structure rises like a cathedral above a dying sun, gold, broken, eternal. And within, she waits. The spire is a divine engine of radiant gears and glyph-lit arches. A heartbeat echoes in the metal, and with each pulse, the sun dims. Vale stands at the heart, neither woman nor god, cloaked in unraveling light and memory. She turns. Her voice is familiar, fractured, and filled with sorrow. There you go. You came anyway. You see a blade of golden sunlight comfortably in her hand, but not held aloft in either offense or defense, but more out of habit.
Vale, we
She
can't allow you to
looks-
do this.
Oh, okay. You say that. She turns and she smiles a sad smile at you and says, Yura, always you sought justice, but justice cannot fix what the gods broke.
You would be no better than them, erasing an entire existence of sentient life.
She turns to you, and with a sad but confident look on her face, her eyes challenging, she says, Suri, you know all things. You know what happens if I die. Would you risk that to stop what needs to happen?
I'm not here to kill you. And she takes a step forward and sets her staff down.
Oh shit! It makes a very like heavy sort of kunk when you set it down on the ancient metal.
Please,
Okay.
Val. We can save this world without destroying it. There are so many threads yet unseen and unweaved.
As you speak, the camera cuts over to Thorn. Thorn, who had a deal.
He looks to the ground, the tears welling in his eyes. It's like, deal's off, Vale. I can't. Not like this.
She looks at you, and there's a pitying look on her face. Keep going.
Yeah, you've caused too much pain. There's so much suffering now. You can't keep doing this. His fists clench into his claws dig into his own palms as they're bleeding, and
I mean, Thorn, as you look upon her in person again, you know that she is the strongest Exalt that was ever made. That she was not whispering hollow words to you. That if anyone could give you back your mother, it is she, and that she never lied to you. Yet, your choice is resolute. She looks at you and she says, "Oh, hold on. She's got to say something to this bro right here. Hold on." She says to you, Thorn, "I would not take the blame of death, of suffering, on my shoulders. I did not build this broken world. I did not fill it with hardships and sorrows. I only was forced to live in it, to try and make it brighter. to chase away the darkness the gods saw fit to lay across this beautiful tapestry of life. But you need not worry. We will start again. We are
You
all
know
that's left of the
nonsense.
gods. It is not. I have the power and the means, and I will see it done.
In your world, nothing changes. People will. How will there be anything good when you've taken away every challenge, every bit of joy?
She looks at you with the increasing pity on her face. A creature that has only ever known strife could never understand peace, is what kind of plays across her face. And she turns from you, not wanting to hear any more of your incessant barking. But as she does, her eyes lock with Vex.
Vale, sister. The gods, their voice doesn't ring anymore. It's as you say, it's just us. I was wrong to not follow you the last time. I was afraid of leaving them. I should have been at your side. I want to be at your side, but let my hands help you. The forging of this new world, you don't have to do it just by yourself.
She raises an eyebrow and says, "You would help me. You understand."
And how we're doing this. Maybe we can relook at the blueprints. Maybe it doesn't just have to be such a heavy sledgehammer. Just a chisel, a piece at a time. But let my flames help you.
She looks away from you. You see fear and hope in her eyes. But as she looks from you, she locks eyes with Kale. And in that moment, she seems frozen.
Is it my turn now?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was just eating something there. Kayla has just been sort of like staring at her while everybody else has been talking and sort of listening and it's all sniffing the air. And he looks over at Vale. He's like, "We've been here before, Vale." I thought, "You're not Vale. We've done this before. And you died. And I couldn't handle it. I couldn't live without you, so I gathered up all your memories. I gathered them all up and I stored them. But then they were stolen. But somebody made you out of those memories, didn't they? Well, we can't let you do this again. You died to stop it the first time. I'll die to stop it this time if I have to." And he's done.
Her face scrunches up in the pre-ugly cry face of a person that has not allowed themselves to cry their entire life. And she says, "I didn't ask to be made, but I was given a purpose. To make this world a brighter place, where people could be happy. It is impossible. And so I must make a world where such things can come to be. And I will do it with or without you. And you guys roll up into initiative. But you don't know if it's combat initiative. You just know that you're in initiative. All right, Suri. That initial play was the sort of the opening arguments in court. Now we're in it. Now we're in it. Oh, did Suri leave? They discon? Oh
No,
dang.
PC crashed.
Oh no! All right, we'll
You took it.
move them. We'll move them further down the initiative. All right, Vex.
They said what they said, but then when Kale said that Vale died and then their memories were taken and put to something else, Vex's head will kind of snap towards Kale. What do you mean? Explain. You said that she died? I don't believe you.
She died here, doing what we're trying to do now. But we succeeded. If you can call losing her a success.
No. I don't believe that.
I just remember Kale's been walking around talking to himself for quite some time now in your presence.
Vale, is what he's saying true?
True.
And we'll kind
Vale
of look into her eyes.
She looks at you with a pained expression and says, I didn't ask to be made, but I was. With a purpose. I'm sorry. What I was before. Sister. Lover. Friend. Those pieces were set aside. Perhaps they were lost or destroyed. I only know what I am and what I am bound to do.
Just because you were made for something doesn't mean that's the only purpose you're made for. Tools can have multiple different purposes, not just something singular. Vex is gonna take another step forward and trying to grab their shoulders and try and
Oof. All right.
stare at them.
You were in sorrow, but then when you laid hands,
I'm not trying to grapple though.
Right.
I'm
No. I know. I'm just saying it's more emotional when you get physical. All right, give me a sun check.
All right. Do we get all of our dice back on the new scene? What does come?
Oh, you get
it's just
you
a
get
power?
you get reset to 3 unless you were higher than 3, and then Suri gets reset to 4, and that's only your fate. Your wounds carry over.
Okay, that's fine. I think I had one. Yeah, I had one wound. Then I will spend a one of my fates on the sun for 2 dice. Oh, radiant success. I guess I'll get that fate back.
Okay, radiant success. Your words hit hard, and she she finds herself a bit confused, unsure what to do next. As play passes to Thorn.
All right.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I just switched computers.
Oh, okay,
Cheers.
okay. All right. So Thorn, you can see that Vax is just pouring it out, going full sun over there. It seems to be getting through, but you don't know what effect that will have. You don't know what any of this means.
Thorn, he walks up to her and it's like, Vale, I'm sorry what the world has done to you. It had no rights. But you're gonna have to stop now. He goes in for a hug.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. So you go ahead and do a sun, but if you don't make this, there could be consequences.
He gives her puppy dog eyes.
All right. As you go to hug her, the strength of her gaze keeps you from going the full distance. You, arms akimbo, look at her with puppy dog eyes. You see the smallest smile alight in those cold, golden eyes. Doesn't do anything violent as play passes to Suri.
Okay. I'm going to gently, as we appear to be doing this from a non-combative point of view, and she's seeming to be receptive. I'm going to gently pluck on the threads of time and spin the wheel backwards before her eyes. I want to try and play all of the happy moments we had as a group together before her. I want to show a vision of when she was our ally, implying that she could still be again.
As you do, and as you begin to retrace the threads of time and perhaps even your own memories, you can see inky black stains on the thread. They writhe away from the light. Go ahead and give me a sorrow.
Okay. Definitely been fate. Oh no!
Ooh.
Even with 3 dice. Oh my god, that's so rough.
All right. As you look back through time, whatever those inky black stains are seems to prevent you from remembering, from seeing, from knowing. And the effect is felt by Vale as well. She winces in pain, and she says, "No, I am not that girl. I am something different. I am something new, made from the old with a greater purpose. And so too will be the world I forge here, built from the broken pieces of what was, with a brighter purpose. All right, Kira, you sense that a lot of the progress that was made by Vex and Thorn has slipped away by these corrupted threads. It seems to be less of who she was and more of who she was remade to be. But you remember what you've witnessed. The devastation of the city, the callous disregard for the mortal lives that dwell there, the death of Thorn's father, led astray by her promises, and then whoever those weirdos were on the bridge.
Never got their names.
Seeing her ally's intent,
She rushes forward, tears in her eyes, goes to grapple her shoulder armors to get at eye level with her, and call to her. Remember who you were. You were my best friend.
we said we were going to change the world together, but this is not what we talked about.
Then
Sun
passion
and sorrow.
flee. Yeah, that is sun.
Are we? Okay. I'm going to use a die on this one.
Okay.
Yes.
Her head twitches to the side, her eyes close in painful memory. And as that happens, you feel that same pain. And you remember her betrayal. You remember being here before. You remember what Kale has hidden from all of you. That she's tried this once before. And that the only way you could stop her then was to end her. But that Kale didn't want the memory of her so stained. And so he locked it away. Even going so far as to hide it from the threads of fate and time. But history unacknowledged seems to repeat. With that revelation, do you have anything to say, Kira, before your turn ends?
He turns to Kale.
We trusted you. How could you do this to us again? How could you make us do this again?
And as you say that, Kale, you're up.
All right, okay, I'll walk up there, up to her side. He starts walking around her. And he's like, "Do you remember? Do you remember how we used to be? How we would laugh? How we would talk about our future we'd make together? About what children we might have? Like we even talk about what sort of party you wanted to have for our wedding." And he's talking about it, he circles around her behind her. Like, but you can't. Because that's all a lie. And a shadow sword forms in his hand. He swings it at her head.
Oh, damn.
And he's using his special ability to remove her name. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Okay. So you're willing to have her forget you and who she was and all of that?
Yeah, because what she remembers now isn't real. Her name's not Kale or whatever.
Vale?
Vale. It's not really Vale. That's why you try to make her forget that name.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would
Sorrow.
say though, normally it would be sorrow, but I do feel like Kill's pretty emotional right now, and yeah, and you're doing this out of like your emotions, right? Your refusal to see her as she is now, your longing to see her as she was. All right, so
I'll add one to it.
okay, just one.
Can I add more than one?
Yeah, you can add. You can raise the pool up to 3.
Oh, I would have done that.
All right, so roll. Just roll a d6 with the dice roller then.
Well,
Oof. Okay. As you lash out to not in violence, but
rerolls.
in frustration. You can either boost your pool or reroll, but not both.
Gotcha. All right.
Unless somebody else is poised to do a reroll for you or a boost for you. Which nobody was. As you go to whip a tendril of shadow at her in a uncharacteristically emotional move that doesn't take into account the precariousness of the situation, the hair trigger that she is on. She looks at you, and the camera zoom in on her face, and her eyes they turn into 2 tiny gold pinpoints of light as she stares at you and says, you would attack me. You would speak of love and a life I lost. And then you would try to take it from me. Her eyes close, and she begins to quietly weep. And as the round ends, I got a couple things I gotta ask you. One, we're already at 225. We could definitely be finished by 1, but if I'm keeping you guys for another game or another engagement, you gotta let me know. Otherwise, we could power through and be done by 1.
Oh, I'm happy to do this another time if you guys want to. I like this.
I don't have another time. That's what I'm saying. Like this is now or never. We could narratively get this wrapped up in the next 5 minutes or so, or we could go 30 more minutes and then wrap up. But those are your 2 options. But if you guys are signed up for like another game, or you're running another game, and I'm keeping you from it, I need to know.
Well, the next thing, it says that this is supposed to end at 3 Eastern. So
we
still have
at 3? Is it really? Fuck yeah! All right, never mind.
Because the next thing is Commander Kingdoms, and that starts at 3.
I'm so smart to give myself that extra time. Oh man, good for me. All right,
34 minutes.
Yeah, never mind. We got plenty of time. All right. In that case, she quietly weeps, and you know as you look at her, especially Vex, that she has always been a broken thing. How something so broken could burn so bright, could be so powerful, but also so lost, has haunted you since the 2 of you came into being. But everything that you've heard in this room and everything that you've seen, you can't help but shake the hidden memories that she has tried this before. Not on such a scale, but certainly with such intent. She could never find joy in her purpose. She could never see the value of an everyday small victory. No matter how many lives she saved, she could only ever stay up at night haunted by the hundreds and thousands of lives she wasn't able to save, of the many sorrows she wasn't able to burn away. All right, I'm gonna draw a card from the deck. Mess up everybody's UI. Here we go. Oh, Solar's Blessing. Kira, you get a boon. You recover 1 wound, or if you needed to, you would restore your Radiant Overload, but you haven't used it this scene, so you do recover a wound.
Take one away, please.
I got you. I gotta just refresh the scene so I don't have to see that ginormous card. All right. Ah, it was back for a second. That's so weird. All right, so you're down to 2 wounds. As that ends and you roll into the next round, before I roll everybody's initiative, you see her look up, and her face is hard to see except for those 2 pinpoints of now dark light on a field of burning gold. You hear her armor shift and crackle like a giant insect's carapace. And you witness her divine transformation as she sheds what lingering mortality she has and becomes what she was made to be. Oh, not that. There we go. Her head is a single eye resting above hollow armor, alight with divine flames. Her body held aloft by 6 angelic wings. Her voice echoes from everywhere, and she says, "This is your last chance. We build a new world together, or I build it with your bones." All right, and we start the round.
Our tokens is the number above hit points, or will
Number above is hit points, and those are bad. You don't want hit points. You don't want wounds.
I got it.
Okay. The current wound count is 1 for Suri, 1 for Vex, 2 for Kira, 0 for Kale, and 0 for Thorn, because Thorn forgot what pain was.
And
Well,
below
physical
is a
pain.
fate point.
Hmm?
Is the number below is fate points?
Yes, the number below is the fate point. Everyone should be at 3, unless they've used 1 or 2.
I've used 2.
Okay.
I'm at 2. I've used 2.
Okay, so then yours would be down to 1, Kale. All right. All right. It is up to you, the player and the player character, to decide if there is enough of the woman veil left to reach, or if she must be destroyed. This time, or the last time. Also, from this point on, like, I don't want to say that you should PvP, but you should act according to how you feel, quote unquote, what your character would do. Because it's more dramatic that way. It's a one shot, so we don't really have to carry the consequences of it with us. If we just try to tell a cool story. All right. Let's see. Looks like Vex, you're up first. Did I do a refresh? Yeah. So Vex, you're up first.
How interesting. Vex still believes that there is enough semblance of veil even in this new form, and they're going to yell out, I meant it when I said I would not leave you again. We were from the same mold, and I will not leave your side. No matter what mean things you decide to say. Ah. Okay. Vex is going to reach a hand and plunge it into their own chest.
Oh shit. Okay.
There is a crack distortion of glass and metal kind of shattering around them. I'm gonna use my Radiant Power Wrath of the Hollow Crucible to turn into a hammer forge for Vale to be what guides her for making this new world correctly and not through just rage and chaos, but to actually give her some structure.
Okay. This is gonna be sorrow. You are giving up basically what you are to become something else. This is a cold, calculated move to try and fix what is broken.
Okay. So wait, I'm using my power, so that auto succeeds. But
Oh, yeah.
I have to
So,
roll.
but you are going to roll to see the quality of it. Yep.
Okay. I will spend. I have all three of mine. I'll spend. No, that's pretty important. I'll spend 2, so to make this a 3 bump. So how many dice? 3. Wow, even with 3. Ooh.
Okay. So the act of turning yourself into this other form leaves you scarred and broken. You do take a wound from the process.
Mm-hmm.
And you definitely don't look inviting. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't look like a place I would go to get medical assistance. Like, it kind of has that machine from like Baldur's Gate 3 vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I don't think that's a safe medical device to use. But you do succeed. You become a means to fix her, or at least try. Whether or not she's willing to be fixed,
yep,
we'll have to see.
All right, that's it for me.
All right. As your turn ends, she flexes all 8. I didn't see those 2 hiding there. 8 of her wings, and the intensity of her divinity washes over all of you. She is a being of the sun. She cannot abide sorrow. But you can roll however you want to defend yourself against this onslaught. Also, here's Vex as a living soul forge, I guess.
Damn, that was quick.
Fuck yeah. All right. I'm seeing some rolls in chat. Is that Vex and Kira? Just
I haven't rolled yet.
Enduring? Oh, okay. Kira, was that you enduring?
It was, and it did not go well.
Oh, okay.
The wound dice.
Yeah.
The wound dice got me.
Yes. Well, you've got another one as it washes over you.
Spend my last one. It happens. Okay, success.
All right. Kale, you have a radiant success. Suri, you have a radiant success. Thorn, you have a radiant success. Any of the three of you could use that radiant success to shield Kira from the onslaught of divinity.
Sure,
Any
I'll do
volunteers? Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. So you wrap her in shadows to prevent that wound. Okay.
that. Yes.
All right, Thorn. With your radiant success, you could move. You could move closer to her if you want. You could position yourself, or you could stand down, accepting her light without pushing back against it. What do you do? Did we lose? Oh, we lost Thorn. Okay. Suri, same question.
As the golden light rushes out, Suri will project this barrier of time and bent reality in front of herself to kind of waft it around and create like a bubble of protection around herself.
All right. So you just kind of maintain position. You don't move forward. Kind of stand down or move forward.
Oh, as in like on my turn. Oh, I thought that was.
Oh no. As a
sorry.
reaction, yeah, as a reaction to this with your radiant success, do you want to press the attack or do you want to deliberately stand down?
Yeah, I want a nothing personnel kit and appear literally right here, kind of like reaching my hand out.
Okay. Thorn, you said you were gonna.
I was just saying I'm gonna do something on my turn later, so that's
Okay.
why I'm prepping for this.
All right, Thorn, do you press with your radiant success or do you stand down?
He presses on.
Oh shit. Okay. Vex, you are still in the throes of agony from your transformation and simply endure the onslaught. Suri, to you.
All right. As she reaches her hand out to Vale, she says, "You are right about one thing. I know that if we slay you here, everything ends. So rather than that, if I cannot convince you, I will do everything in my power to make it so that you cannot. Remove from you that which has changed you." Into Radiant Overload and use my Radiant Power, whipping the staff with like a gravitic force from the floor to my hands. It begins to form into this intangible sword, the same one I pulled the fate threads with. And I want to use its distinct power to rewrite or remove an event, and I want to rewrite the event in which she was given her powers of the sun.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm sorry, but it must be done to stop you. And I'll pull up the character. Have a script. Yeah, thread cutters. Yes. And then this may be a sun roll because I'm actually attempting an attack, but it is also sorrowful in the sense that I'm punishing her. So whatever you decide, I'll roll.
Yeah, let's see. Suri draws an invisible blade. Destiny slices through strands of causality. Threads of golden threads from. I think this is pretty calculated because you are trying to come up with a sort of solution where she doesn't have to die, but her death does not end all things. You think back to the knowledge you have of why she is so tied to fate, and you remember the creation of her and Vex, and you remember the god of craft, his beard full of golden flames, his eyes bright with pride as he crafted each. So excited he was that he held them aloft. He danced, capered about, hugging them to his bulky form, shouting his own praises, for they were perfect. But in his hubris, he tripped. Was it a thread of fate? Was his own fumbling feet? But his perfect creations fell from his hand, and they shattered upon the floor. Curses at himself, at the other gods, at fate. How could it be so cruel? And then a glint in his eye, an idea. He took the pieces and he snuck in to the chamber with the loom of creation. He pulled loose unwritten threads and began to sew the pieces of his broken creations back together. He finished the first, but before he could finish the second, he was discovered. You've seen many gods die, Suri. But his death at the hands of his fellows, for his pride, for his blasphemy, it was one of the worst. And so the broken girl was forever tied to the threads of creation. And so she burned so bright. All right, so go ahead and give me that sorrow roll. Okay, as you roll the dice and you lock in that sorrow roll and you burn your radiance as bright as it can, you see the light dim. You see the flames on the eye dwindle. You see the shoulders slump a bit. You hear her voice all around you. It is now the voice of a small child. It says, "I never asked to be made, but I was made for one thing. I do not need the sun to cast out the dark. For if all is dark, well, perhaps we can find peace in that as well." And you feel that all of her power and energy has shifted, adapting to the other end of the spectrum. You have taken her gift of sun, but in her long first and second life, she has become no stranger to sorrow.
Now is
Hail.
our chance, everyone. Stand strong.
You've never seen something more beautiful in your whole life. All right. Sorry. You know that in this moment, you have gone back, and when the god was going to trip, you went to move the thread out of the way, and he continued his dance. The girls never fell. And therefore never needed to be repaired in such a blasphemous way.
Can't really tell what's happening right now. It's kind of like up in the air.
What? Because it's so dark, or because of all the?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Hey, bro. All right. So play passes to Thorn, but before it does, this new third version of Veil does call forth darkness and shadow. Each of you feels the shadow and the sorrow within become insurmountable, even Kale. You are accosted by your worst memories, by your deepest regrets. She wants to show you, remind you, what she is trying to remove from the world. The only way through is to burn bright. Each of you will try to remember something joyful and use sun to repel the darkness. Unless you choose not to roll and succumb to her sorrow. Kira, to you.
Kira glows as the radiant light kind of forms up in her hand, and she jets forward to reach out to try to banish away the darkness. And as she does, she remembers the old days, the adventuring troop, remembers the countless lives that they saved side by side. She remembers the happy faces.
I need to interrupt here real quick.
Oh, yeah?
You skipped me.
I skipped? What do you mean I skipped you?
Kayla didn't have a turn.
Oh, this is in between Vex's turn and Suri's turn. This is
sorry.
each of you. Yeah, this is each of you reacting to this darkness. Yeah.
All right, I thought you were saying it's first turn.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no worries. Yeah. All right, so Kira, keep going.
Yeah, so she remembers all the lives they saved and the happy faces of the people who got to live their full lives unworried by the harshness of the world. And she remembers all of their happy moments together and tries to, put that forth as she goes in.
Okay. Give me a sun roll.
I would like to use my overload on this one. Does that cost the fate point as well?
It doesn't, because the pool is being reduced to 0. So.
Yep. Okay. Well, it's a success anyways, but I also succeed.
All right, so you burn as bright as you can, and this is your overload that you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. You become, in your own way, a beacon of light, pushing back against her darkness. Okay. Thorn, how do you deal with this insurmountable sorrow?
Thorn looks at the ground and back up at her, and he looks farther beyond into the sky as the moon. He looks to the moon as it shines on him like a D&D moonbeam, and it's he hears the voice of his parents in the moonbeam, and he gets the resolve to to like press on.
Okay,
And,
give me a sun check.
Use a fate plan on that one.
All right, yeah, you endure, you burn bright against the shadows. What about you, Suri?
Seeing as her attempt resulted in a consequence and a proceeding forward that she is not unsure of, that she hasn't seen, she is much more prone to succumbing to her own anxieties in this moment. She begins to question how to stop her, how to, if we can't remove the power, if we can't reason with her, all that's left is fighting, and fighting is the end of everything. So she begins to despair.
Oh, okay. All right, give me. So, do you give in to the sorrow,
Yes.
or do you still? Oh, okay. Right. You see Suri. Her eyes close. Her staff light dims. You keep running through what you have done, the changes that you have made, but you realize that changing something in such a way, such a huge event, you saved the life of a god. You prevented the corruption of fate's loom. But what else has that done? You don't have a century to sit down and sort through the details. You're here now. Your allies' lives are in danger. Your former ally, a monstrosity before you. You sought to heal her, but simply severed her from her origins, creating something unknown. As play passes from Suri to Thorn, the being's wings begin to move in concentric circles, not in any way affixed to the body, just sort of pinwheeling in alternate speeds and patterns behind her. It is mesmerizing to behold, but it also invites madness. How do each of you try to avoid it? Well, actually, hold on. It's gonna just affect one person. Kale.
We're still doing the other one.
Oh shit, we're still working through the stuff.
The
Sorry
previous
guys.
one,
Sorry
yeah.
guys. Yeah. So before that can happen, with the encroaching shadows, Vex, how did you deal with the encroaching shadows? The sorrow that is washing over all things. Do you burn bright with sun, or do you refuse to roll and embrace her sorrow?
Vex has stated to her that she was trying to do this alone, and Vex also said that she would not let her be alone anymore, so she's going to attempt to shoulder that same burden to lighten her load.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a sun or a sorrow.
Well, it's only sun against this particular
It's
attack.
only sun, okay.
Mhm.
What do I got left? Got one. Yeah, screw it. We'll just roll it, see what happens. Yeah, success.
Okay. All right. You think of the happiest moments you had with your sister before she was lost to you.
Well, was
And
she
it
lost? I don't
carries
know.
you through.
Suri just changed a lot of stuff.
Oh, that's true. All right, Kale, do you try to burn bright or do you embrace her sorrow?
He does neither one. He knows that he doesn't have enough positive memories to overcome all the negative stuff she's putting on him. So he'll fight fire with fire. And remember all the bad things that she has caused by trying to have this happen right now.
Oh,
Remember
shit.
all the dead people out there, the kids getting killed. He'll end it with the fight where Thorn kills his own dad and how bad it makes him feel. That's why I'm fighting against it that way there.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. And did you use your radiant overload yet?
I have not used my radiant overload yet.
So are you doing it now to kind of provide that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So go ahead. This would be. I think this would actually be sorrow because you are avoiding like the challenge that was presented to you in a clever way, and you are kind of manipulating her to face the sorrow that she caused. So if she was like a robot, you'd be causing like a major logic loop here.
Right.
So go ahead and give me sorrow. It's going to succeed either way, but we're going to see what happens in response.
I was going to see it either way. If I add a dice, I automatically get it back.
Well, if you add dice to the pool, you can still fail, you can still succeed, and you can still radiant success. But at the end of the day, you always succeed on this. Yeah, it's just to determine like the quality of it.
I'll just roll one dice then.
Okay.
All
right.
Same as his erasure blade.
I don't know. Did he use his erasure blade already? In this fight? I didn't think he used it in this fight.
I used it, yeah, but it was... No, I didn't use that. I used it in the previous one, I thought, but I didn't get the automatic success thing.
Yeah, you just used your normal ability to try and pull from her head. Like you didn't actually use your overload. Okay, yeah. All right, so this succeeds regardless. And so you take everything that you've seen in the city above, the sorrow that Thorn felt watching his father die, accepting the death of his mother and that she could not be returned to him. Just everything that her broken logic has sort of wrought, and you see the eye bob rapidly up and down, the wings stop rotating. You see her sort of recoil inwards, and she says, that didn't matter. It didn't matter because this world had to end for a new world to start. It didn't matter because this world has to end. A few more sorrows to start a world with none. Don't you see? Don't you see? And that has her so busted up that she does not perform an action between her turn and Thorn's turn. Thorn, you are up.
All right. Trying to figure out what to do. Well, not figure, but like what's the most cool thing to do here. So, Thorn, he digs deep for his what do you call it? His radiant power, and his body like grows and shifts to his animal form as he goes to like confront her, like but it's reminiscent of his father's and his mother's form. Like he goes between like wolf, tiger, leopard, and he goes to bring down like the light of the moon upon her. Like he lifts up his fists and like kind of like a cone of moonlight as he wants her to he tries to shine through this darkness that's plaguing her.
Okay, I'm into it. All right, yeah, go ahead and give me a sun check. And are you boosting this with your overload or no?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
And it's like it doesn't have to be like this. And yeah.
All right. As Oh, you had Surrey selected for some reason, but you still succeeded.
Oh, it's weird.
Yeah,
Every
you would.
time
You have a higher sun. You have a higher sun then. Okay. All right. As you succeed, and call upon the power of the moon, you feel yourself transform, and you share your mastery over the beast, over the impulses, primal and unrefined, savage and amoral, and you sort of channel that into her, and she thinks to herself, "What have I done?" Her voice echoes through the chamber. "What am I doing? I... Alright, Thorn, as your turn ends and play passes to Kale. Kale, she is kind of curled up, floating there, in the fetal position. She seems less a divine being and more a frightened child.
Does she still look like that?
She still looks like that though, but she's curled up. Like the armor's curled up, and the eye and the fire is like diminished, and the wings are sort of curling around her, like a person that's wrapping themselves in a blanket.
Well, this is kind of a. You did say PvP was on the table. So earlier, hold on.
Hmm?
I got a cough. I can't cough anymore.
Oh. I mean, I heard it. It's good effort.
It sucks.
All right, so
I got to clear my throat and I can't. Anyway, so earlier she did something and we all had to make saves, and I did a really good one, and I used my save to help Kira. You remember that?
Yeah.
My shadows were around her, and while my shadow was there, I went into her brain and I tried to remove any of the positive memories she has.
Oh, okay.
Veil, so that she'll view her negatively, basically.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you want her to not hesitate? You want her to
That's right.
finish? Oh, wow. Okay.
All
right.
Wait.
All right. So you'll spend a fate. So go ahead and roll sorrow. All right, that is a radiant success. Kira, whatever positive memories you've been holding on to Vale and the woman that she was, they're gone. All you can remember is that she betrayed you. That she betrayed all of you and vanished. And here she is again, trying to, well, end everything.
I'm sorry, like, if this like really annoys you and breaks your character in ways you don't want, I will undo it if that's possible.
Not at all. I encourage it if that's what the character.
Yeah.
I am on a limited time frame though. I
right.
have to go to a funeral.
Oh shit. Okay. So, Kira, to you.
All right. With that, Kira will don her blade and go to strike at the center of her mass. And a glint of golden light. All right, here comes a sun roll. I have fate still, so I'm gonna have to spend it to really buy into this. Is it heroic?
Yeah, it's pretty heroic. I mean, you're striking down an enemy, a friend, a potentially evil god. You're doing what you have to do. But if you feel that this is also like something sorrowful, like something that you will regret, something that, despite what has been done to your memories, there's just something in you that just can't accept what's going on here. Then yeah, it could be sorrow.
I think that
Could
she
be-
delicately stands on a razor's edge between vengeance and redemption, which is kind of the core of her character, and to be pushed in either which way is to kind of become absolute in the other. So she went, she attacked, she succeeded.
Okay. All right. As you bring your blade down on the form of this being, you look and you see Vex, who is shouldering her pain. You see Suri, who is, for the first time that you've ever known her, lost and adrift. You don't know what the right thing to do is, but you know that you were made for a purpose. To punish those who thwart justice. As the blade penetrates the armored form, there is a glowing light, and the armor shatters. What is left beneath is Vale, but not as you've ever seen her. At first you thought it was Vex, but the girl inside the hollow armor opens her golden eyes and looks around. And Suri, you feel that what you did worked. That she was never broken. That she was never bound to fate. Right. The dark shadows seem to pass, and she drifts down to the platform by all of you. She looks around. She sees her sister, or what her sister has become, and she runs to her. Her golden tears trailing behind her as she embraces Vex. It sobs against her. Two painful words break from her mouth. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I never should have left you. Never should have let you go it alone.
All right. A held breath. Released. Suri, your eyes that see so many things. You see the pulse of life resume at the heart of the world's machinery. And you see the threads begin to slowly knit back together.
She holds the threads in her hands, just as she did in the very first scene when she was sitting on that rock. Says, "The choice has been made. A new future lies ahead of us." And she sits there just kind of staring at her hand and the threads as they play.
Nice. Okay, so I guess this is outro. I feel bad that we went over and I don't get to hear Larry's outro, but I think that Kira will sort of stoically watch the scene. And then kind of nod to each of you in turn. Thorn, what do you got for us?
Thorn, he looks to the rest of his team. Really, these people are his family, and he's not gonna turn his back on them or leave them in any way. And he sees the stoic look on Kale, Suri, and Vex, and he's kind of sits down, plops down, exhausted, tired. He laughs to himself and it's like, so so what's next? And he kind of chuckles as he looks to everybody, and I think that's it. He's just eager for the next thing. But obviously his body's beaten up, broken, bruised.
All right, who wants to jump in next between Vex and Kale?
Kale walks towards Vale and like reaches out his hand and touch it, and he pulls it back. Like, how this isn't real? How can this happen? Are my own memories? Is somebody mess with my memories? It's not. I can't have my memories. Wait a minute. And it sort of dissolves into like puddle of shadow that like flows away.
Oh shit!
He's gone. He'll be back in season 33 as the villain.
Okay, Vex. You watch over your sister's horns and hair and shoulders as Kale existential crisis to a puddle of shadow and vanishes.
I think they're quite upset with Kale. With what happened with collecting her memories and kind of storing them away, and the whole transformation that Vale had went through. But that's for some other day to process and think about. For right now, I think even in this little bit of a robotic form, they're going to embrace Vale, just hug them, and kind of hearing like Thorn say, "What's next? We can rebuild what has been broken. But this time we'll do it together. Yes?" And we'll just look at Vale.
Oh yeah, Vale looks at you and looks around and says, "If the gods are gone and we're all that's left, then we must protect the world that was left to us." I will not ask the mortals for forgiveness, but I will try to make right what I have done. To do anything else would be cowardice.
And you are
Right.
amongst friends, right, Shuri?
She closes her hand around the threads of fate and allows them to fly out, and looks to Vex with a smile. Friends and allies, and together, the future yet unwritten can be borne upon the sails of friendship justice, and goodness. She nods, and as she looks from her friends to the sky, she follows each of the threads. For, again, another first in her life, she purposely avoids looking at the end of it.
Mm. All right. Gashi adventure.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, man.
Thanks, Crash.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have no very little experience with anime beyond a few.
I mean,
Like,
I
you
feel like you
could've
had some
fooled me,
pretty good
bro.
anime. Yeah, you had some pretty good anime instincts, dude.
This is one of the Studio Ghibli ones. I've watched a few of those, but there were no chance in here for me to turn into a pig while I was eating. So I know what to do.
Yeah, this was a little
Well,
less
I
whimsical.
I definitely felt like everyone only having a piece of the story, and then the story being put together with the different pieces kind of like gave the vibes of an anime movie that you aren't 100% sure exactly what's going on, but you're like there for it. You're like, shit, I'm engaged, but I'm not 100% sure why or who I'm rooting for. Like, I don't know. I feel like that energy still definitely kind of came across in
You pick up the
in what was
DVD
happening.
box, you see the synopsis. A group of adventurers is trying to prevent the end of the world. It's like, oh, this
You
sounds
see
cool.
this image on the back cover, like
Yeah. Man. All right. Well, I haven't run a narrative game in a long time. I feel like it was pretty cool, honestly. I feel like it was pretty cool.
Embrace it. And
Definitely. Yeah.
hey, look, all I'm saying is there was not a single moment where any of us had to break out a rule book or read for 30 minutes. All right, like that,
Right? Like we
that was
just got
great.
to keep telling a story like the whole time. Like I think once or twice we looked up like the rules for fate points, and that was it, because that's the most complicated mechanic. Was well, you know, kind of the only mechanic.
They're
Yeah.
all simple yes/no questions.
Yeah. Damn.
When we
that was
got to
pretty
the
good.
end, and they were
Mhm.
like talking her down and doing it well. I seem to be succeeding, and then I was like, I'm out to attack her. And I hope everybody's not pissed off at me for doing this.
I expected it to go differently than how it did, because Suri definitely would have reacted. Had you like tried to straight up kill her, oh yeah, that would have turned into some more PvP. But I think erasing her was a super cool move there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was neat. It was very cool in that. So one of the things that I think about a lot is how hard is it to write a Superman comic? You know what I'm saying? Because he's like a god, right? He's like a space god. He could do anything. How do you make
He is very limited in his specific weaknesses. So it's like, how do
right,
you
right, yeah,
challenge
yeah.
him?
Like
he's
he
weak
weak
to
to
magic.
magic. Yeah, he's weak to magic, which is
Yeah, but then
cute,
you have to
which
throw
is
in
cute.
magic casters, which is like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
He's weak to lightning.
I always felt that was an odd one, but yeah.
Ish, yeah, a
And then
little
a
bit,
space
yeah.
rock.
And then like 19 different types of kryptonite. But like, I just mean like, how do you write for a character that can't
that's not
really be
strong.
that can't really be challenged? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you write something engaging for a character that can't really be challenged? And then One Punch Man came along,
Mm.
and I was kind of like, I guess that part doesn't really matter, right? Like, you could just be telling a story, right? It doesn't have to be a story of like stakes, right? It could just be a story, and sometimes a story is pretty good just by being a story. You know what I mean?
I do kind
So
of like how they did it for One Punch, because I mean he's still fucking strong, but they focus on all the other people who are around him.
Yeah. I just mean that it's not about him being strong, right? It's
Yeah.
about his human interactions with other people,
all the
right?
other
It's about
ensemble.
yeah. And so I think that's really where the best Superman stories are told, right? They're not about him being able to fight Apocalypse or whatever, right? Or sorry, what's the DC
Darkseid.
version? Darkseid. Thanks.
Darkseid.
It's not about it's not about all the times he fights Darkseid, right? It's about like just existing, right? Like just trying to be human, right? Like trying to live a human life. Is more interesting, right? Because that's not something that is easy for him, yeah. So I think that that's that lesson, right? That like sometimes we get wrapped up in like the crunch of like wanting standardized test scores for gaming, right? Like you did good because you beat this enemy that had X armor class and X hundreds of hit points, and you did this sick combo with these 3 feats, and you use this spell in a way that the designers didn't intend you to, and you're so fucking clever. But there's also just the idea of like sitting down and like just collaboratively telling a cool story and not needing to do that, right? Like just kind of like enjoying the story for the story's sake. So yeah, I kind of see the beauty in that.
I gotta go, guys.
All right,
Yeah.
My wife is
rest up,
demanding
man.
that my wife is here, and she said I have to turn over my side for a while till my bed's over. So
All
I'll
right,
talk
all
to
right,
you later. Bye. Thanks, everybody.
all right. Get some
Bye-bye.
rest, man.
Dirk.
All right, bye.
And I guess the rest of the gang is requesting our presence for Magic now.
Oh yeah, I had to cancel Magic. I got Darby's thing that I had signed up for previously, and then I still got some prep to do for Kobolds. I had posted about it and
Well, I
tagged.
think Remy
everybody.
is
Oh,
still
yeah.
hosting something, right?
Yeah, it's
Is
the
that-
Magic thing. I was gonna play in it, but I.
Oh, you were
I
gonna
wasn't
play
paying
in it,
atten-
yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't pay attention to all the other shit I had to do. So
Oh yeah, Crash.
so
you're
if
gonna go
somebody
see
else
Thunderbolts?
wants to go, I'm tempted to actually see it in the theater.
I saw it last night. It was actually good. It's probably my
Yeah,
second favorite Marvel movie right now.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of good things. So I might. It's just so expensive to go to the movie theater. I don't know.
Yeah, given what you just talked about, Thunderbolts is a good. It would.
Yeah.
Would help with that.
As a solely narrative game player these days myself, I find that it's the choices aren't between your class, your feats, and do I use this spell here or this ability here. The choices you're making are directly impactful to the world and circumstance around you. Like, for example, as Suri, do I dare to attempt to rewrite this event and potentially force consequences onto the people around me? Do I ruin the world further? These are the things that go through your head round to round, rather than, well, I should just do 4 attacks because that's the most mathematically optimal thing to do here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, very, very liberating. Like, very liberating. Like, to kind of break away from all the mechanics and the fiddly bits, So that's why I was thinking. That's what I was thinking last night when I was playing Dragonbane. I was like, this is enough rules. That's what I was thinking. I was like, there's enough rules here that I feel like I'm playing D&D, but there's not enough rules here that I feel like I'm playing D&D, and there's certainly not enough rules here that I feel like I'm playing Pathfinder. I was like, yeah, that's maybe the sweet spot for me. Is
Happy
something
balance.
something on the level of that. I have my own like tabletop rule set that I've been working on that is sort of a modification of the World of Darkness D10 pool system, where you just like have skills and then you combo those skills together. And then like World of Darkness, it is more narrative. You say you're going to do this, and it's like, oh, that's dexterity plus fire skills. So roll your dice pool, and based on how many successes and complications and failures your dice pool creates, we decide what the outcome is. And like, I don't know. To me, that's sort of like where I want to be at. I think I want a bit more crunch than this, but I don't really want as much crunch as 5e or Pathfinder 2e. I don't think.
Check
So-
out Tiny Dungeon or Advanced Tiny Dungeon.
Ooh,
They,
okay.
have some
I'll write that
mechanics,
down.
And they use a 2d6 system.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. I'll check those out. Oh man. All right. Well, I got one more game tonight. I think it's at 7.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take the L and use the already working honey heist Foundry thing, and I'll just tell everybody like, hey, this means this and this means that, and I'm not allowed to reskin it, but I didn't feel like programming an entirely new honey heist when there was a perfectly good one here. We'll just kind of go from there. So
Ooh.
All right.
Let me see. So the schedule for right now, I don't think they're going to be streaming. I think it's just going to be in the Discord. So if people are available, then they can pop in. But it looks like Remy's going to be hosting Commander Kingdoms for Magic the Gathering. There's a panel for horror and TTRPGs. There's some Jackbox. What draws you to adventure? Seems like another panel with Darby, Dom, and Muffin. And then later this evening will be your Kobold Heist by yours truly, Crash, and we'll have Beneath Teeth of Stone with Broken Nerdy and Kira, and that's a Adventures in Middle Earth 5e based game. So that will be closing out today's activities. And
Nice.
then tomorrow we got
Tomorrow,
Old Gods of Appalachia and a couple more panels. And then also Transformers with Cadenix.
And if anybody is still watching the stream or they are checking out this VOD in the future, the whole purpose of this weekend was to give our friend Dirk, man, it sounds grim to say it, but like one last kick-ass gaming convention to attend. He's in a rough spot, and he's not going to be with us much longer. So we wanted to do something to kind of celebrate him and spend time with him, and let him feel seen. So if you want to know more about ALS and the things that are being done to study it and try to find treatments for it, because there is no cure, or organizations that help families that are affected by it, we have all sorts of resources that you can check out on the Google site. There's also charities you could donate to if you wanted to. I just think the important thing is to kind of get the word out there, because like I had heard about it in passing.
It was like the
but
ice bucket thing back in I guess like 2012, 2013. The ice bucket challenge. That was
the ice bucket challenge, and like I just didn't really understand it. And then when
it became
he
one
told
of
me
those
that
trending things where originally it was for a good cause, but then it just became social memes.
It became
it got lost in the spectacle. You know what I'm saying? It got lost in the spectacle. Yeah. But yeah, it is fucking horrible, and it definitely has made me this year appreciate my health, my life, my opportunities. So like, definitely live your lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't keep telling yourself that the thing that you really want to be or to do, you'll do it next year, because like, you don't fucking know. You know what I mean? So when you have that opportunity to hang out with your friends and your family, maybe just do it. Yeah. But anyways, it's a hard thing, but I'm glad we're doing this. I came back from 2+ weeks away from the country to a online convention that I agreed before vacations that we should do, and that I would run 3 games for, participate in a 4th game, and then have a panel, and then also my 4 games that week. And it has been an exhausting week, but I would never take it back, because I think it's really important, and I think it's been really great so far. So thank you to everybody who's participated and who's helping out with that stuff.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Crash.
Yeah, it's good to hang out again. Good to share the table. Yeah.
It's been really good so far. And thanks for running in this game. Very different system. Maybe I'd have to look into it some more, but yeah, good. Very good game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the system doesn't really exist. I made
Laser and Feelings, but it was
Laser and Feelings,
yeah.
Lasers and Feelings only has the 2 stats and the rolls. I think I added the willpower thing myself, and then the innate abilities of the different exalts or whatever and whatnot.
Right.
So I'm pretty happy with it. All right, I'm gonna go grab some food, and then I'm gonna prep some kobolds, and then I'm gonna do a horror panel, and then I'm gonna run some kobolds, and then maybe I'll get some sleep. We'll see. So enjoy the rest of your day, everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Bye,
running.
everybody.
And thanks everyone for
Bye.
tuning in. Catch you next time.
Bye.